Our main dude Hans has to find the dragon's lair before two big noble families go to war over it. So he drags his weak body across the Compton Mountains day after day, pretending he's just scouting the land. But he's actually hunting the lair in secret, because if his servants catch wind, the rumor would spread fast. After hours of searching, Hans is exhausted and ready to head back. Then, lost in thought, his foot slips and he tumbles off a cliff. Pain erupts through his chest, his bones crack, and he ends up stuck halfway down, bleeding and alone. Sure, he's about to die, and then he sees something. An opening in the rock hidden within the cliff wall. He crawls inside and discovers a wide hall with a shining gold circle on the floor. The moment he steps inside, his wounds seal and his broken ribs heal. Deep inside the lair, Hans finds a golden dragon. When he touches it, a bright light pours into him, giving him a dragon heart and new power. Before that, at a military camp in the Compton Mountain Range, reports come in that scouting missions have been blocked by heavy rain. Meanwhile, there are reports of lights coming from the northeast. Without clear sight, the soldiers assume the lights belong to McCarthy's men. In charge of the camp is Adrian von Callista, the Count of Callista. After getting the report, the Count stands up to check the info himself. Meanwhile, the soldiers are already grumbling about the hardships they face. They're doing all this on another man's land, just because a dragon is so rare. Also, they're put through this hardship because the Count wants to win favor with the Townsend Dukes. There's also a rumor that the Count is a waste, but the soldiers are relieved he still has what it takes to lead them in battle. Little do they know, they're wrong. The person under the battle helmet isn't actually Callista. The person under the helmet is our main guy Hans, and he's been serving Callista since he was a kid. At first, he helped with chores, but soon he was forced to learn swordplay and the like. After Adrian's father died, Hans was forced to take on management and other duties in the county. Eventually, Hans ended up acting as a double for Adrian, while Adrian wasted away drinking and chasing women. And now, he's on the battlefield instead of the real Adrian. Hans has accepted everything that comes with the job, but he never imagined he'd have to go to the battlefield. Hans and the soldiers finally reach the spot where the scouts saw the lights. Because visibility is poor, one of the soldiers suggests they head back to camp. But Hans is lost in thought about a commoner's life and whether there's even an afterlife after death. Just as they prepare to return to camp, one of the soldiers gets struck down. That's when they realize they've walked into an ambush. In the chaos, Hans gets impaled by a spear from behind. He crashes to the ground, wondering if this is the end for him. He can't believe he's become a stand-in or body double for someone else. As he slowly loses consciousness, he wonders if there's a second life where he could live as himself, not as someone else. With that thought, Hans finally closes his eyes and fades away. Suddenly, Hans opens his eyes and sees a maid named Madeline kneeling and crying in front of him. He wonders why the young maid is there at this moment. Hans is shocked to hear the maid begging him and calling him her lord. Just then, he notices a whip in his hand, and when he looks around, he realizes he's in a royal, beautiful room. He looks into a mirror and sees the reflection of Count Callista. He immediately drops the cane he's holding and grabs his face, checking if he's seeing correctly. He rushes toward Madeline with pity in his eyes, but she quickly raises her hands, expecting to be hit. Hans pulls back and asks the maid what year it is. Madeline says they are in the year 853. That shocks Hans as he realizes something important. It turns out he's somehow entered the body of Count Callista, his former master, and everything has gone back 15 years. In disbelief, Hans lies down on the bed, wondering if this is real or not. He's hanging out in a fancy room full of shiny stuff, and the Count's body feels soft and delicate because he's never done any hard labor before. Hans tells Madeline to step out so he can get a grip on what's happening. As she walks away, You can see clear cane marks on the backs of her legs, showing she's been repeatedly abused by Adrian. Hans collapses onto the bed and admits that Adrian is the worst and most wasteful lord ever. People say Adrian stops his servants over petty reasons and even treats them like toys. When he got older, Adrian fell into a life of total wastefulness. All that time, Hans was the one cleaning up Adrian's messes. All of a sudden, Hans remembers something and rushes out of the room. He opens one of the house's rooms, but what he sees is completely different. This was supposed to be his room, but it's being used as a storage space. He can't believe his eyes, but he's sure he's not in the wrong room because he lived there for over 20 years. He's trying to figure out what's happening when a servant calls his name. The servant Claude wonders why the castle lord is in the servants' quarters. Claude isn't a stranger to Hans, because they grew up together with Madeline and they were close friends. Hans turns to Claude and asks where the servant Hans is. Claude looks confused because he's never heard of anyone named Hans. Hans tries to explain who he is, but Claude has no clue what he's talking about. That's when Hans realizes that being reborn in Adrian's body means he doesn't exist in this world. The word spreads among the servants about the Lord's strange behavior. Some have seen him getting up early in the morning, which is odd because he usually wakes up in the afternoon. Two maids are busy talking about Hans when he suddenly appears behind them, scaring them. He apologizes for the surprise and asks them to call the nanny for him. It's been a week since Hans entered Adrian's body, and he now knows he has to accept being Adrian and live that life. Soon after, the nanny comes over to look after Hans. The nanny worries that Hans isn't sleeping well, and Hans admits he barely gets any sleep. Even when he opens his eyes, they close again, and the woman asks if she should make breakfast, but Hans says no. He tells her he needs to visit his mother first, and although the nanny is shocked, she quickly agrees that it's a good idea. Hans heads to his mother's chambers, and when he reaches the door, his sister Regina and mother Owen are both stunned to see him. Regina asks the boy why he's up so early. Owen scolds her daughter for speaking out, but she can't be blamed because Adrian never cared about his family's welfare. Owen quickly invites her son inside, telling him she's happy to see him. 3 years ago, after the former count died, Owen was bedridden because she couldn't handle the shock. Adrian, Owen, and Regina are the remaining members of House Callista. Even though they're in a remote part of the Rosenbaum Empire, the Callista family used to be well off. But after the former count's death, the family lost all its former glory. They became so poor they had to lease out troops just to put food on the table. In Hans's original timeline, Owen later died, and Regina inherited a house drowning in debt. Hans holds his mother's hand and promises he'll visit more often. His mother tells him not to stress too much about visits because managing the estate is already stressful enough. After leaving Owen's chambers, Hans decides he'll do everything he can to run the estate properly. Just then, Hans is told by the butler Alman that Mr. Flynn has come to see him. Hans then remembers that around this time, there was a butler who served Adrian, and his name was Alman. Alman was a very loyal butler who looked out for the servants' interests. He even used his own body to protect the servants whenever Adrian hurt them. He stayed loyal even though Adrian didn't make life easy for him. Around that time, he resigned, and a new butler named Sed was hired. Sed turned out to be the worst butler, so incompetent that he helped ruin the family's finances. Now that Alman is about to leave, Hans is already thinking of a way to stop it. Meanwhile, Hans sets up a meeting with Flynn. Flynn is the administrator of the Callista territory, and also a terrible guy who treated the servants badly. He beat them up like they were his own slaves. Hans wants to hear what Flynn has to say, and sure enough, Flynn tells him he's found a suitable replacement for Alman. He wants them to get rid of Alman right away. Hans is totally shocked hearing Flynn spill his plan. So, just like Hans recalls, Flynn suggests a guy called Said. Flynn says Said is solid, and he's basically like a brother to him. Before Flynn can go on, Hans cuts him off and says, "Quit talking." Hans slams his head down, angry and frustrated. He asks Flynn to double-check if he heard him right. He wants to know if Flynn actually has the plan to fire Allman. When Flynn sees Hans getting confused, he blames himself for the mix-up. He digs into his inner pocket and pulls something out. He grabs Hans's hand and drops 10 gold coins into the kid's palm. Hans is left in total shock and disgust at that. Flynn says he doesn't want the kid to get his hands dirty with what's coming. He already has a plan to wrap things up with a simple embezzlement charge. As usual, Flynn tells Hans he's got the records ready for him. Hans stays silent, staring at the 10 gold coins in his palm. Usually, a poor family lives on 10 silver each month. Basically, 10 gold coins cover about 20 months of living costs for a regular person. 1 gold coin equals 20 silver coins. Since Flynn runs the Callista territory, besides his tiny income, he has no other money source. Hans quickly realizes the cash he got is stolen from the people. Hans is totally disappointed that Adrian took embezzled money as bribes. Because of that, the estate is being pulled by people like Flynn. It finally hits Hans that Flynn didn't quit, he was forced out. Everyone knew the guy was falsely accused, but they kept quiet, and Hans was too young then to get the truth. Hans is completely let down by everything coming out. In a low voice, Hans calls out to Oswald, the night guard. Then, Hans tells Oswald to lock Flynn up right away. Hans says to Oswald that Flynn made shady requests and falsely blamed his servant. Because of those crimes, Hans orders Oswald to throw Flynn in the dungeon. Oswald obeys fast, while Flynn stands there in total disbelief, mouth hanging open. Flynn begs Hans to talk him down, but Hans ignores him as Oswald drags him away. Hans lets the 10 gold coins clatter onto the table, wondering why he took over Adrian's body. He may not know everything, but he knows Adrian, the former owner, caused a lot of hurt. Hans isn't Adrian, and he won't just sit back and let history repeat. In the mansion hall, Oswald is hauling Flynn toward the dungeon. He tells Flynn to walk properly while calling him scum. Oswald doesn't know Flynn's exact crime, but he doesn't care. Even Flynn is shocked by how things turned out. He can't believe he's being sent to the dungeon. In a crumbling house run by a wasteful leader, Oswald is the only knight left. Flynn always thought Adrian was the biggest fool because he's easy to manipulate. Now that Flynn's locked up, he wonders if Adrian finally shows some pride, but he doesn't realize the body now holds someone who isn't the foolish Adrian. Still, Flynn expects Hans to suffer because life isn't a bed of roses. Oswald drags Flynn to the dungeon and throws him into the cell, angry and ignoring his former rank. Flynn even asks if Oswald is being too rough, but Oswald tells him to shut up until the Lord decides his fate. For background, Oswald is the son of a knight who served the last count, and when all the knights left, he stayed because he's loyal. In his cell, Flynn thinks he can still sweet-talk the Lord into doing his bidding. He plans to sway the Lord and have him fire Oswald. Flynn can't believe a simple knight like Oswald is acting almighty around him. Based on what he knows, Flynn says Adrian is just a 15-year-old lazy kid with bad judgment. He's always been pushing Adrian to raise taxes, and Adrian just follows his ideas. Flynn thinks Adrian's just in a bad mood today, and a little flattery will get him back on his side fast. Flynn starts rehearsing what he'll say when the Lord comes to see him. He plans to laugh with the Lord and even kneel if that's what it takes. He's in the middle of his awkward practice when Hans shows up. Looking at how Hans is standing, Flynn wonders if this is the same kid he used to manipulate. Flynn drops to his knees and begs Hans for mercy. Coldly, Hans tells Flynn there's no need to beg for mercy, because from now on every crime in the territory will be judged in a trial. When he hears the word trial, Flynn is seized by fear. Hans turns to leave, and Flynn starts pleading. He tries to manipulate Hans, as he always does, reminding the boy of his loyalty. But Hans ignores his pleas and walks away as if he can't hear. Flynn started out as a commoner, but he climbed the ranks and eventually became an administrator in the Callista territory. He was once considered very important, but now Flynn finds himself standing in a courtroom before a judge. Flynn faces charges of bribery, embezzlement, and breach of trust. Because of those crimes, Flynn risks having his assets seized and possibly going to prison. Flynn's trial shocks the residents of the territory and serves as a warning to careless administrators. Even the house servants are shocked, because it's been ages since they've seen a trial in the land. Hans gathers his servants, and some of them are already scared that punishment is coming. Alman informs Hans that everyone is assembled, and with a tone of pity, Hans asks the servants how he has performed so far as a lord. Because the servants are closest to him, he thinks they should know better. That question shocks the servants, who don't understand what the Lord is trying to do. All they can hope for is not to get hit or beaten up. After waiting with no reply, Hans finally opens his mouth to speak. What he says next shocks his servants and everyone in the room. Hans bows his head and begs the servants for forgiveness. He admits that he lashed out and caused them pain for foolish reasons. The servants begin whispering among themselves, trying to figure out what's happening. Hans continues, saying one apology doesn't erase all his past wrongs, but he just wants to make amends with the servants. He adds that his leadership of the house has been unreliable, but he assures them that from now on he'll make Callista a better place for them to live. To start, Hans says he needs to begin taking care of the people in his castle. He tells them he plans to fix everything that's wrong, though he admits it might be chaotic at first. But he urges the servants to trust him and follow his lead. After hearing all that, the servants are left in shock and total disbelief. After the meeting, Claude and Madeline discuss the sudden change. Madeline says the Lord still beat her a few days ago, but now he's acting completely different. She wonders if anyone can truly change in such a short time. Inside Hans's chambers, he thanks Alman for his good work and tells him he's free to leave. But Alman stays behind, bows his head to Hans, and thanks him. Hans is shocked by Alman's actions, and Alman reveals he knows the Lord backed him when Flynn tried to falsely accuse him. Hans then urges Alman to lift his head, reminding him they've been together for so long, and he only did what was right. Hans holds Alman's hand and tells him to come to him if anyone ever tries to wrongfully accuse him again. Hearing that from Hans, Alman admits that the Lord has truly changed. Alman has served the Lord for over 10 years, and even though the Lord's appearance hasn't changed, Alman feels he seems like a completely different person. Because of his new resolve, Alman pledges his allegiance to Hans, promising to follow him. Later that day, Hans stands by his window, thinking about everything that has happened. He realizes he's not only gotten a second chance, but also received the noble title of Count Callista. Hans basically controls the whole Callista territory. On top of that, Hans has knowledge 15 years into the future. Thankfully, he knows how to run things because he basically did that in his past life, and he plans to use it to his advantage. As his first step toward doing what's right, Hans plans to protect those dear to him, including his remaining family members and the servants. He also wishes everyone in the land could live the life they want without being bound by status restrictions. But Hans knows he can't achieve all this without improving the territory. Hans begins to think deeply about whether anything he knows from the future can help him with this goal. Just then, he remembers the rumors about a dragon lair. Hans's face lights up with excitement as he realizes he's hit the jackpot, the dragon lair he needs to find. After learning about the dragon lair, Hans springs into action. He gets his crew together to hunt down the dragon's lair. After days of no luck, Oswald tells Hans to take a break because he looks wiped out. But Hans isn't ready to chill out. He just grabs a water pouch from Oswald and downs it. He apologizes for making everyone hustle so hard. It's been days since Hans teamed up with his crew to scout the land, and he has no plans to stop anytime soon. To his crew, he's just scouting the area, but secretly he's hunting for the dragon's lair. People say dragons are the strongest creatures and also super smart, almost like divine beings. Every dragon is thought to be almost godlike, but they vanished ages ago. Whenever a dragon's hideout gets found, it grabs everyone's attention. That's because dragon lairs are usually packed with tons of treasure. And Hans knows that a dragon lair is out there somewhere in the mountain range. Turns out the current emperor of the Rosenbaum Empire is just a kid puppet. The empire is held up by two families, the Townsend clan and the McCarthy clan. These two families keep the empire's delicate balance in check. Compton Mountain sits right between the two great houses, and that's where they found the dragon lair. A fight broke out between the families over who gets to own the lair. The Callista lands sit on the border, so the Callista family sent troops to side with the Townsend house. Now that Hans is stuck in the past, he has 15 years ahead to track down the lair. Hans leaves his crew and darts deeper into the woods to find the lair. They say dragons hoard piles of gold and jewels. Rumor has it those jewels could buy a whole small kingdom. With that in mind, Hans knows finding the lair will bring balance to the land. But nobody knows the exact spot, even though news of the lair spreads far and wide. They say an herbalist who got lost in an oak forest stumbled upon it. The herbalist found the lair purely by luck. Since it's easy to spot, Hans knows he'll recognize the lair as soon as he sees it. Hans keeps searching, but after a few hours he's already wiped out. He can't find the lair, not even any clues leading to it. He starts to wonder if the herbalist rumor is real or just a myth. Since the sun's already setting, he decides to head back. He feels super exhausted, showing that Andrian's body is weak. Hans plans to work out and toughen up his body when he gets home. Meanwhile, the crew is already shouting his name. Hans isn't happy about stressing out his crew. Hans thinks about asking for help to find the lair, but he wants to keep it secret, so he holds back. He knows the dragon's lair could spark a civil war, so he has to be extra careful. Just then, Hans zones out and slips down a cliff. He hits the ground hard, gets injured, but manages to survive. Hans is stuck halfway down the cliff, and his vision flickers. His ribs are broken, but he's worried about how to get back up the mountain. He manages to climb back up and spots an opening in the mountain. Looking at the formation, Hans quickly realizes he's stumbled onto the dragon's lair. The lair sits right in the middle of a cliff, a totally crazy spot. Hans thinks the entrance was used by a guardian, and guardians are creatures that protect dragons. The rugged mountain terrain kept the lair well hidden. Even after finding the lair, Hans worries about how he'll get back to the mountaintop. He knows there's no way Oswald could find him where he is. Hans is already wondering how he'll meet his end when he steps into the lair's grand hall. Right in the middle of the hall sits a golden magic circle. Hans steps into the circle, and instantly all his injuries heal. Hans is totally blown away by this find, since the lair was supposed to be empty. He's wondering if the whole place is enchanted with healing magic. Hans is impressed, because he knows that just finding healing magic makes the lair already super valuable. Hans almost gets lost dreaming about what could be, but he snaps back to reality. He's planning to explore the whole lair and figure out what's inside. Now that he's found the lair, Hans thinks it'll be his biggest asset, especially since he's a time traveler stuck in another body. Soon he spots 4 doors that supposedly lead to the center. He's impressed by how the lair's spaces are built like an ant colony. He keeps exploring and soon comes across what looks like a library. Because dragons can sometimes take human form, Hans assumes the dragon was reading just to enjoy human pleasures. From what he's seen, Hans thinks the lair is set up like a human home, with a bedroom, a study, and a dressing room. So far, there's no big treasure like the rumors said, but Hans believes the lair will soon be worth a lot. The most useful spot he's found so far is the central area that holds healing magic. Hans decides to call that central spot the healing hall. He's even more impressed, since healing magic is practically a thing of the past. He moves into the last unchecked room and freezes in fear when a golden dragon lies before him. Hans can't believe it's real. Dragons have been extinct for at least 100 years. So he thinks the dragon is just a corpse, but wonders if a dead body could still shine and stay clean. He reaches out and touches the dragon, and suddenly the room fills with a bright light coming from it. The light is so bright that Hans steps back, and it flows into his body while a voice speaks in his head. Still trying to figure out what's happening, Hans finds himself face to face with a man in a royal robe. Feeling scared, Hans asks the strange man who he is. He can feel a weird aura and knows the guy in front of him isn't human. The man finally speaks, saying his name is Seyfried, and that he's the last head of the Gold Clan and the final dragon of the continent. Hans is shocked when he realizes he's standing in front of a dragon. Hans asks the dragon if he's the master of the lyre, and the dragon decides to explain everything to him. He tells Hans that the dragon he saw earlier is just a lifeless shell. The voice Hans hears in his head is the last magic the dragon left behind. Hans still doesn't get it, and Seyfried keeps talking. He explains that dragons are superior beings on the land, but over time they were consumed by rivalry. In the end, Seyfried becomes the last dragon of the continent. Dragons are usually solitary, so being alone doesn't bother Seyfried, but he can't stand the thought of dragon magic disappearing forever after he's gone. That's why he decided to pass his knowledge and legacy to the clever being who would find his lair by fate and keep dragon magic alive. Seyfried says he died in the year 354, and his spell was meant to last for 500 years after his death. If no one had found him within those 500 years, his corpse would have crumbled and dragon magic would have been lost to history. Seyfried doesn't want that, but he would have accepted it as fate. But he's grateful that Hans, now his successor, has found him. Seyfried then wishes that magic keeps existing in the world for future generations. Hans protests that he has no knowledge of magic. He adds that there are only a few mages left, so it would be hard for him to learn magic. Seyfried laughs at Hans's comment, leaving Hans to wonder what's so funny to the dragon. The dragon reminds Hans that he's been chosen as his successor, pointing to Hans's right chest. As the dragon touches Hans, he finds himself back in the lair. Hans wonders if what he just saw was an illusion or a dream. He looks around and sees that the dragon's body has completely perished. Then it hits Hans that he's been left with a dragon heart sitting on the right side of his chest. Besides his human heart and body, Hans feels another presence, like a hazy smoke, but a powerful source of magic. With that, Seyfried's knowledge starts pouring into Hans through the new heart. Hans is flooded with a ton of information all at once, and he still doesn't understand most of it. But Hans is sure of one thing: he can now use dragon tongue magic. Unlike humans who need long incantations before an activation word, dragon tongue magic works with just a single trigger word. Because dragon tongue magic needs power from a dragon heart, Hans is sure the heart that Seyfried left for him will do the trick. Using dragon tongue magic, Hans flies up to the mountaintop with the activation word fly. But Hans burned all his mana just to reach the summit. The dragon heart is still unstable, so his mana remains low. Hans isn't worried because he knows the heart will grow to fit his body. Eventually, Hans will have the power to wield magic, almost like divine energy. Hans finally meets his servants again, who have been worried since he vanished. They all rush to him to make sure he's okay. Soon after, Hans and the group get ready to head back to the estate. Hans is happy he got more than he set out for. He went looking for a dragon's lair, but returned as a dragon's successor. Hans recalls the dragon saying the spell he used should last 500 years. When Hans subtracts the year the dragon died from the current year, he sees the dragon's legacy would have vanished forever if he'd been just 1 year late. Hans remembers that in his past life, the dragon wasn't discovered until 15 years from now, showing magic was different back then. Most mages never get past the first or second circle, and only those who reach the 5th circle are called archmages. But dragons are born at the highest level of intellect, the 9th circle. The 9th circle is a level far beyond what humans can achieve. Hans knows the 9th level is no longer just a dream now, that he has a dragon's power. When he finally gets back to the estate, his sister greets him, still worried about him. His sister scolds him for disappearing and making everyone worry. She also sees his torn clothes and asks if he ran into bandits. Hans tells his sister he's fine and not hurt. He admits he was hurt earlier, but now he's okay. Oswald drops to his knees, begging forgiveness because he blames himself for not watching over the Lord. Even Hans's sister blames the old man, but Hans calms everyone by saying he's okay. Hans gets back to his room and lets out a sigh of relief. He knows Oswald stayed out of loyalty, and the same goes for the butler Alman. Hans is glad to have Alman and Oswald with him, knowing they'll always be there to help. Hans summons Alman to his chambers, and Alman arrives quickly. Hans apologizes for calling him so late at night. He asks Alman about the servant list and salary ledger he requested before the tour. Alman says everything is ready, but wonders if the Lord plans to review them now. He reminds Hans it's already late, and mentions he heard about Hans's accident on the tour, but Hans assures him he's fine. He tells Alman to bring the documents over, and even when Alman tries to persuade him, Hans stays firm. He puts his servants' well-being first, so he handles everything urgently. Seeing he can't sway Hans, Alman agrees to bring the documents. A moment later, Hans reaches into his pocket and pulls out some gold coins. He then asks Alman if he knows about Grace. Claude goes to a market woman named Lohan to place an order. He hands her his list, leaving her a bit puzzled. Claude asks if the order will be hard for her, and Lohan says she can handle it easily. She's just happy, which made her seem puzzled. Hans's policy has completely changed everything in the region. Taxes have been cut, and orders from the estate have risen. People in the area now feel life is worth living, something they never imagined. Lohan gives Claude the receipt and promises to deliver the goods by evening. Surprisingly, the woman hands Claude 2 apples before he leaves. Lohan says the apples are her way of thanking Claude for serving the Lord well. She believes the servant's actions helped make the Lord so kind. Claude rushes back to the estate and finds Madeline gathering herbs. Claude smiles broadly while holding the 2 apples Lohan gave him. He gives Madeline 1 apple, and she asks where he got it. He says Lohan gave it to him, leaving Madeline shocked. Lohan was known as a stingy old lady, but everyone is surprised she has changed. Claude adds that many things have changed. It was shocking that Flynn was punished, and all the other corrupt officials were punished too. Hans had to sift through the estate ledgers on his own to weed out the bad eggs. Even the illegally taken taxes were returned to the citizens, and that includes the servants' share. The servants now enjoy a better life with higher pay, longer breaks, and fresh outfits. The castle is now easy for outsiders to get to. Thanks to those changes, the servants can relax outside the castle, just like Madeline and Claude are doing. Claude sees Madeline already speaking kindly about the Lord. He reminds her that the Lord was the one who treated them poorly at first. Claude doesn't want to think people can change that easily. Madeline agrees, but she says whenever she sees Hans now, she feels she made a rushed decision. With everything happening, Madeline feels like giving the Lord another shot. Claude asks Madeline if she's forgiving Hans just because he's handsome, and she says no. A moment later, the two head back toward the castle. They chat about how Hans hasn't been hanging around much. Now it's hard for any of them to even spot Hans. Apparently, Hans tells them he's been on inspections, but secretly he's been visiting the dragon's lair. Inside the lair, Hans has been practicing his magic. He can now cast fireball spells, and he also has access to a shield spell. It's been almost a month since he inherited the dragon's power, and Hans has trained consistently. He can clearly see his magic improving, and he knows he'll get even better with time. But he's not happy having to ride a horse down to the lair every time he wants to practice magic. Because the lair is magically reinforced, no amount of training can destroy it. Hans thinks the lair is the perfect training ground for him. Still, it would be nicer if he could come and go more easily. Hans knows he can achieve that with teleportation magic, called the warp gate. It lets him teleport to a set spot inside a safe zone. But the warp gate is a high-level spell, ranked in the 7th circle. Right now, Hans can't cast it because he's not above level 2 or 3. Still, Hans' current level is impressive, since the Empire's Grand Mage hasn't reached beyond level 5. To master better teleportation, Hans knows he needs to learn the 3-circle short-range spell called Blink. He's been trying it for days, but he keeps failing. Hans tries again, and to his surprise, the spell works for the first time. Hans manages to move a little forward from his spot. Hans is still celebrating his small win when everything suddenly turns white. He feels a strange discomfort from the dragon's heart, and when he looks up, Seyfried is staring at him. The dragon praises Hans' work rate so far. Seyfried tells Hans he's moved past the beginner level, and as a reward, unlocks a new part of the lyre to help him advance. He adds that the more Hans progresses, the more useful things he'll receive. Hans asks Seyfried why he kept the treasures hidden. The dragon explains it was his way to keep greedy people from accessing the lair's treasures. Seyfried urges Hans to keep growing so his magic can continue to thrive. After talking with Seyfried, Hans realizes the dragon wasn't lying. Hans discovers a magically hidden room filled with treasures. This confirms the rumor that a dragon's lair is full of treasure. Besides the treasure he found, Hans recalls Seyfried saying he'll unlock more as he progresses. Hans finds a book in the room that talks about artifacts. Artifacts are objects infused with magic that stays inside them forever. Artifacts are now rare because magic is almost extinct, and at Hans' current level, he can't even make them. Realizing the books discuss artifacts, he looks around and sees that everything in the room is an artifact. There are 10 artifacts on display, each accompanied by a detailed book. Thanks to the books, Hans can pick the artifacts most useful to him right now. The first relic he picks is called the Spring Afternoon. They say a 7th circle archmage crafted it for his ailing wife. It holds healing magic. Even though healing magic isn't super efficient, the relic boosts vitality, and Hans knows it would help his ailing mother. The second relic he grabs is the Dance of Shadows. That relic was forged by the red dragon Berestein. Even though it looks simple, the relic is incredibly effective. Hans slips it on, and a red aura flares around him. The relic is packed with a top-tier concealment spell that makes the wearer practically invincible. Hans stands before a mirror, but nothing reflects, and his footsteps are completely silent. Hans feels weightless while wearing the relic. Hans is thrilled about the find, since the relics are super useful. The third relic he selects is called the Breath of Earth. This relic is shaped like a snake and is the only piece Seyfried ever crafted. It gives Hans the one thing he's missing, the power to teleport. With the relic, Hans can activate a warp ability. The warp is set to the lair's coordinates, so he can leave the castle easily without his sister or Alman noticing. Now distance is no longer a problem, Hans feels training will be way easier. He admits he's enjoying every moment of it. After a day of training, Hans hops on his horse and rides back to the castle. He knows this will be his final trek to Mountain Compton because the relic lets him teleport with ease. Hans feels relieved that the mountain is empty, but before he finishes thinking, he runs into troops. Hans is shocked to spot soldiers on the mountain. Hans introduces himself as the Lord of the Land and asks the troop leader why he brought soldiers into someone else's territory without notice. The knight leading the soldiers sounds very rude when he addresses Hans. He says Hans is still a child and claims the reports about Callista's leader being a child are true. He then introduces himself as Count Pete Ross, commander of the 1st Imperial Knights. Hans isn't thrilled about Pete calling him a child. Hans reminds Pete that even if he's from the capital, they're both counts, so they share equal authority and status. It's customary to address each other formally, regardless of any age gap. Pete is surprised that Hans isn't hesitant to challenge him. Hans then asks Pete what he's doing in Callista. Pete says time isn't on his side, so he gets straight to the point. He reveals that the Count of Rodriguez has launched a rebellion. He and his soldiers are now chasing the Count to bring him to execution. Pete produces a stamped letter from the Emperor to prove he's telling the truth. By royal decree, Hans is expected to cooperate, using Callista's resources to locate the man. When Hans heard the name, he remembered Leisha de Rodriguez. Leisha was a 16-year-old prodigy who quickly rose to become a swordmaster. However, his family's treason caught him, leading to a tragic end. It was said that Leisha and the Emperor were childhood friends. Everything shifted when the young prince became emperor. The powerful McCarthy and Townsend families began manipulating the naive emperor, removing anyone who might support him. Around that time, Rodriguez was falsely accused and died, but 5 years later it was revealed he was innocent. His name was cleared, yet the damage remained because his family had already been wiped out. All that remained was an empire mourning, an innocent soul, and a young genius who fell victim to the power struggle. Armed with this knowledge, Hans knows he must save Leisha this time. Pete sees Hans lost in thought and snaps his attention back. He tells Hans that Leisha is injured and was last seen running into the mountains. Hans replies he'll cooperate, but urges them to end the search for the day because it's already getting late. He promises they'll resume the search the next day. Pete arrogantly tells Hans his men are more than enough to find the wounded man. However, Hans realizes the Compton Mountains are not what his men are used to. They cannot search while riding horses, and Pete's men are all in heavy armor. He points out to Pete that his men are already exhausted. Hans assures Pete that the only way out is to start the search early the next day. Hans knows a similar situation happened in his past life, when House Callista sent troops to aid the Townsend family. The Compton Mountains boast some of the roughest terrain in the kingdom, and Hans admits he found the lair only thanks to his past knowledge and a bit of luck. He knows finding a wounded man in less than a day will be very hard, especially in the mountains. After convincing Pete to postpone the search, Hans goes looking for Lakia. He uses his magic to scan the area, locates Lakia, and rides to find him wounded and unconscious. His injuries are really bad, and because Hans can't heal anyone yet, the only thing he can do is use the Spring Afternoon artifact. Even if the ring's effect is weak, Hans knows it's better than nothing. He slips the ring onto Lakia's finger, and it starts working right away. Hans casts a feathering spell on Lakia to make him lighter so he can carry him to the horse. He had already decided he would be the one to rescue Lakia from danger. Hans gets Lakia onto the horse and rides full speed toward the castle. Just as he nears the castle, he sees that Pete and his men are already there. An imperial flag hangs down in front of the castle. Hans stays calm and takes charge of the situation. He activates the invisibility artifact, making himself and Lakia disappear from sight. The whole town is covered with Lakia's wanted posters. Even the townspeople are stunned by this new development. The wanted poster shows everything needed to recognize Lakia. It displays his navy blue eyes and his gray hair. Inside the castle, Pete keeps up his rude behavior. He isn't impressed by the castle's appearance, so he starts trashing the land. He adds that the castle would have been better as an inn. He and his knights laugh at the ridiculous jokes, while Claude and the other servants bring them drinks. Pete even takes his rudeness out on the servants. He calls Claude a rude servant, saying the water he gave him is bad. Claude has no choice but to bow his head and ask forgiveness from the arrogant knight. Regina walks into the hall, urging Pete to stop the violence. Regina reminds him that the castle is hosting him and many guests they weren't prepared for, so she asks him to excuse any shortcomings he's facing. As expected, Pete turns to look at Regina with contempt and asks who she is. Regina introduces herself, which only disappoints Pete. He isn't impressed that kids are running the house. He says the kids should be sleeping while adults handle the real work. Pete keeps calling Regina a disgrace to the throne, which makes her angry. Regina tells Pete that she stands as the land's representative and deserves respect. Pete didn't expect Regina to challenge him, just like Hans did. He turns away, concluding that arrogance runs in the Callista family. By now, Regina is frustrated and wishes her brother would show up. Meanwhile, Hans manages to get to his room unnoticed, thanks to the artifact's power. He actually walked past Regina while she was having a heated moment with Pete. Hans promises to sort things out once he finds a way to help Lakia. With how things are going, Hans knows the situation has become difficult. Lakia's wanted posters are everywhere, and he has nowhere to hide. Hans also didn't consider that the castle would be filled with knights. Because of Lakia's severe wounds, he desperately needs medical attention. Hans is already scared that Lakia might die, given how things are going. Just then, Madeline walks into the room to do some cleaning. She didn't think anyone was in the room, so she didn't knock, but she was shocked to find Hans inside. She quickly apologizes to the Lord, explaining she had no idea he was inside. Hans doesn't take offense, but gently tells her to stay quiet. Since Madeline entered at the right moment, Hans plans to use it to his advantage. He tells Madeline to quietly bring Almond into the room without anyone noticing. In no time, Almond arrives in the room. Almond is also surprised to find Hans at the castle, since everyone thought he was away on tour. Almond urges Hans to go to the lobby because his attention is needed there. Hans puts that aside and tells the two that he has something to show them. He leads them to his bed, where the wounded Lakia lies. The two servants are shocked to see the wanted man in Hans' bedroom. Almond asks Hans if he captured the traitor by himself, but Hans says the man is not a traitor. Hans tells them that Lakia was falsely accused, but he can't explain all the details yet. However, Hans reveals his decision to protect him. Hans asks for their help protecting Lakia because he can't do it alone. The two are stunned by Hans' request. Hans knows the two are probably wondering why Callista, a rural lord with no imperial ties, is getting involved with a powerful family like the Rodriguezes. Besides that, Almond and Madeline are servants. They are meant to obey commands from nobles. Just so you know, they can also tell Pete about what's going on, and Pete's another noble. Even with all that risk, Hans says to Madeline he'll put her in his room so she can look after Lakia. Madeline reminds Hans she doesn't know anything about treating wounds. Hans gets it and tells Madeline all she has to do is clean Lakia's wounds and bring him food. He promises to reward Madeline handsomely if she does it. Hans then looks at Almond and asks for a huge favor. He tells Almond he needs him to find a dead body that looks like Lakia. He wants a young guy with a similar build and gray hair. Eye color would be a nice bonus, but it's not required if they can't find it. Even Almond is shocked by the request, and Hans gets where he's coming from. He knows it's a tough ask, but he tells them he has to save Lakia. Hans knows the servants still doubt him, because nobody thinks he can change that fast. To the servants, he's just a spoiled brat who scares them. He's worried that his request might even cause them to betray him. Still, Hans can only hope the two believe he's really changed. Hans tells Almond they just need to trust him right now. Almond finally breaks the silence. He points out that there are ranks among the nobility. The imperial decree outranks the rest, but even so, Almond admits he serves only one person, Count Callista. Hans is blown away by how committed Almond is to his family. Almond then asks Hans if there's any outside pressure or force. He wants to know if Hans decided on his own to protect Lakia. Hans gets Almond's point, because Flynn said a boy his age could be easily shaken by others. Almond adds he needs to be sure there's no outside interference before agreeing to Hans's request. Seeing Almond's loyalty, Hans starts to resent that Adrian once pushed away such a great person. Hans finally answers Almond, assuring him the decision was his own. He adds the decision will benefit the land and its people. After getting confirmation, Almond bows to the Count and says he'll secure the corpse as asked. Following Almond, Madeline also pledges to do her best. Hans is glad he managed to convince both of them to help. Soon after, the knights try to search Owen's room, but Regina blocks them at the door. She tells them the room belongs to her mother and urges them to leave. Thankfully, Hans arrives just in time to step in. He demands to know why soldiers are bringing a sword into the Countess's bedroom while she's sick. The soldier says he heard the Callista family is willing to cooperate. Hans acknowledges that, but reminds the soldier they never agreed to a search. Providing lodging and men to find the traitor counts as cooperation for Hans. He asks the soldier if any part of the decree says they have to search the castle. Realizing he's lost the argument, the soldier has no choice but to back down. Regina is happy to see her brother and asks if he's okay with the traitor running around. Hans assures Regina he's fine and apologizes for being late. He also praises her for handling Pete's situation well. Regina is shocked because Hans was supposed to be away when she talked to Pete. Hans realizes he slipped up, but he steers the conversation before Regina digs deeper. He tells his sister they should go into the room and check on their mother. Inside their mother's room, she urges the kids to be careful because the traitor is roaming their lands. She also adds that the kids should cooperate with the Imperial Knights to avoid trouble. Little does she know, Hans has already crossed that line. Hans assures his mother he has sent troops to help with the search, and since the traitor is wounded, he'll be found soon. Hans tells his mom he ran into an old foreign lady while he was out on tour. He says he helped the lady, and she gave him a ring that's charged with some special energy. Hans assures his mom that wearing the ring will slowly bring her health back. Owen is shocked because she never thought her son would be the kind of guy who believes in myths. Hans admits he might not be a believer, but he still wants to give his mom the beautiful ring. He slips the ring onto his mom's finger, and the artifact kicks in right away. Owen breaks into a big smile and says she feels a lot better. Even Regina looks stunned by the news. Owen examines the gem on the ring and figures out it's a yellow sapphire. Just by looking at it, Owen can tell the artifact must be worth a fortune. Hans is the only one who knows the real value, and he knows chaos would break out if anyone learned the ring alone is worth more than a castle. A day later, Lakia is still on the mend. Hans and Madeline have been swapping shifts to watch over the room. Madeline looks after Lakia by day, and Hans takes the night shift. Hans used to be a servant, so pulling a night watch is nothing new for him. But he feels less tired thanks to the dragon heart inside him. Still, Hans isn't thinking about himself, he's focused on Lakia. Hans isn't sure if Lakia's wound will heal if he just leaves it alone. He's cleaned out the blood and pus, but the wound is still way too deep. Just then, he hears someone knock on the door 5 times. Hans says he and Madeline have a trick up their sleeves. One of them will knock 5 times to prove it's them, because they can't risk other servants discovering their secret. Madeline walks into the room carrying herbs. Hans is surprised, and Madeline explains she brought medicinal herbs to disinfect and help heal Lakia's serious external wound. Hans is even more surprised and asks Madeline how she knows about herbs. Madeline says her dad was an herbalist and she used to watch him work. Hans recalls Madeline once told him and the other servants she learned to brew herbal teas. Hans thought she only made tea, not realizing she could work with herbs too. Madeline grinds the herbs, puts them on Lakia's wounds, and then dresses the bandages. Hans is glad to have Madeline, who's basically a healer, doing all this. Hans hopes Lakia will recover. Days go by, but she still shows no sign of waking up. It's now 5 days of trying their best, and Lakia is still unconscious. Later that day, Madeline goes to the room and is shocked to find no sign of Lakia anywhere. She rushes to find Hans, not knowing that Lakia has woken up and is hiding behind a chair. While hidden, Lakia hears the troops outside making an important announcement. Turns out they found Lakia's body in the mountain range. Lakia is shocked, but he doesn't know Hans is already in the room with him. He gets close to Lakia without being noticed, thanks to his invincibility artifact. Hans calls out Lakia's name, surprised to see he's already awake. Actually, Hans already knew Lakia was awake. With his dragon heart, Hans has sharper senses and noticed Lakia's breathing had changed. He pretended to be asleep only because he was suspicious of what was happening. Hans isn't surprised. It's logical for a man on the run to act that way. Lakia must have been startled waking up in a stranger's room, being tended by a boy and a girl he didn't know. Hans knows Lakia is clearly wary of him. Lakia shows it by pointing a charcoal picker at Hans. Lakia demands to know Hans's name and whether he's part of the troops outside. Hans tries a friendly tone, but Lakia tells him not to come any closer. Hans tells the man to calm down because he's still injured. He suggests they sit down and talk so he can explain everything. Lakia finally sits down, but he still keeps his weapon right next to him just in case. Hans doesn't try any tricks because he knows his calm approach and the way he talks are the only things that can convince Lakia he's not a threat. Hans finally gives his explanation to Lakia, and after listening, the first thing Lakia asks about is the corpse. He's surprised to learn that the corpse the soldiers found was a fake set up by Hans. Hans confirms he dressed the corpse to look like Lakia. He put Lakia's clothes on the body and even placed Lakia's signet ring on it. Hans then apologizes for using Lakia's stuff without asking first. Lakia reminds Hans that Pete knows his face, so a fake won't fool him. Hans acknowledges that, which is why he made sure everything was perfect. Because it's August and raining, Hans left the body in the swamp to decompose naturally. The knights were already tired from searching the forest, and Pete wanted to wrap things up quickly. With that, Hans can deceive Pete and the soldiers. Hans tells Lakia to stay hidden for 5 years, assuring him his name will be cleared. He suggests Lakia stay in the territory for 5 years. Then Lakia gets defensive and asks Hans how he knew he was falsely accused. He suspects Hans is involved in everything, but Hans tells him he can't reveal what he knows yet. Lakia also asks what will happen in 5 years, but Hans insists he can't say anything. He only begs Lakia to trust him, but Lakia isn't ready for that. Lakia tells Hans he appreciates the help, but says he's not ready to entrust his life to someone who won't tell him what he needs to know. Hans understands where Lakia is coming from. He was betrayed by everyone and branded a traitor. Hans knows everyone will look like an enemy to Lakia, so he has to handle the situation much better. Hans then uses an illusion spell to change Lakia's hair and eye color. Lakia is shocked and thinks it's impossible. Hans just used an advanced illusion spell right in front of him. On top of that, Hans didn't give any chance. Even the Imperial Court mages can't pull that off, but Hans did it like it was nothing. Hans notices Lakia is too stunned to speak and brings his attention back. He tells Lakia there are many things he can't share, and he understands why Lakia needs to be careful. But Hans assures him he has no intention of harming him or the Emperor. Hans begs Lakia to believe him, and after a moment of silence, Lakia finally agrees to trust Hans as long as he can. Hans is glad to hear that, and he notices Lakia's hostility has lessened. He heard Lakia is a soft person, but Hans thinks everything that's happened has changed him. Hans imagines himself in a hostile spot, like a scary cat trying to get him. Soon after, Pete brings the news of Lakia's death to the Emperor. He expects the Emperor to be happy, but the Emperor stays completely reserved. Pete reminds the Emperor that Lakia had planned to kill him and his family by poisoning them. To give Pete some satisfaction, the king pretends to be happy with his achievement. After getting the commendation he wanted, Pete leaves. After he leaves, the Emperor breaks down. He holds his head in anguish, wishing things were different. In that moment of grief, the Emperor promises to restore Lakia's honor. Back in Callista, Lakia is slowly settling into his new surroundings. Hans introduced him to everyone as his new guard. When Hans calls a meeting in the study, Lakia is there. Regina is also there, but she's wary of Lakia. She asks Alman if Lakia is okay, and Alman assures the young lady that everything is perfectly fine with Lakia. Alman lies, saying Hans found Lakia during one of his tours. Alman then asks Regina if anything is actually bothering her. She replies there's nothing, except she's watching how Lakia carries himself. Regina suspects he's a noble, and that worries her. She has no clue why someone who looks like a noble ends up working as a guard in a far-off place like Callista. They briefly set Lakia aside and start chatting about why Hans summoned them to the study, yet neither of them knows the real purpose of the meeting. Meanwhile, Lakia is impressed that Hans is doing everything he can to keep his identity hidden. Only Hans, Madeline, and Alman know his true identity among everyone living in the castle. Lakia worries about everyone in the castle, but the person he worries about most is the guy who just walked into the study, Hans. He's surprised by how Hans is running things around the castle. Since Hans took over the reins when he was 12, he probably didn't have any experience before that. Still, Lakia is impressed by the whole fake corpse stunt. On top of that, Hans is handling everyone pretty well. Lakia even feels that Hans seems more mature than him because of how he does his thing. Lakia also praises the way the castle is being managed. All the servants are doing their jobs with smiles on their faces, something you don't even see often in the capital. Lakia can't believe the castle is being run by a 15-year-old boy. The only question Lakia can ask is who this guy really is. 10 minutes after walking into the room, Hans has already scribbled something wild on the board. Everyone in the room is shocked when Hans reveals he wants to open a bank. Lakia shouts at him, saying it takes a lot to open a bank. He also warns that many people have gone bankrupt trying the risky business of opening a bank. But Hans calmly replies that he knows why most of them failed. Hans begins by explaining that a bank isn't just about getting land or capital. He points out that the real challenge is putting together a competent team. He adds that to build a bank, They need people who can manage assets and evaluate investments. They also need accountants and folks who can guard valuable items. Hans admits that Callista has no way to recruit such talent without connections. Because of that, Hans reveals his plan to start an academy to train their own people in the region. Hans plans to split the program into an accounting track and a security track. While explaining all this, Lakia sees that Hans has thought through every possible outcome. Still, Lakia isn't impressed, believing Hans's plan is far from realistic. Regina then asks an important question. She reminds her brother that commoners can't afford tuition for the academy, since nobles are usually the only ones who go to school. Hans acknowledges Regina's concern, but he already has a solution for that too. He reveals he doesn't plan to charge anyone who wants to attend the academy, and even Allman is shocked to hear Hans will teach commoners for free. But Hans tells Allman he's wrong. Hans won't treat academy attendees as students. He sees them as workers in training, and he plans to pay them. Hans smiles and says they'll be paying the commoners while they study. This revelation leaves Allman, Regina, and Lakia completely shocked. Lakia realizes Hans isn't joking, because he says it with a straight face. Soon after, Allman gathers the servants and explains the new plan to them. He tells them about the operational plan for the academy to support the founding of the Callista Bank. Following Hans's instructions, the first batch of students will be chosen from the staff. Allman asks the staff to let him know if they're interested in joining. Claude is the first to raise his hand and ask questions. He wants to know if they'll actually get paid while learning, and Allman assures him that they will. However, their daily wages as staff will be reduced during the learning term. Allman assures them the reduction won't affect their cost of living. After hearing this, the servants start whispering among themselves. Most of them are already excited to join, and even those who aren't book smart are planning to join the security division. Claude is surprised by everything Hans has done. He knows academies are for nobles and wonders how commoners like him can learn accounting or security. Madeline reminds Claude that he's good at math. Besides that, Claude handles errands pretty well. Madeline suggests Claude give it a shot since he's capable. Claude's still doubting his own skills. Claude thinks the servants training at the academy won't change a thing. Madeline thinks it over, then tells Claude she's planning to leave the estate. Claude is shocked, and Madeline explains she helped Hans recently, so he's sponsoring her to study medicine. Madeline thought it was too much for her, but given everything, she's finally decided to take the offer. Madeline remembers Lakia thanking her after she saved his life, and it meant a lot to her. That moment filled Madeline with pride and made her realize she could do even better. Even if it sounds like a lot, Madeline still wants to give it a shot. Since she's taking the chance, she urges Claude to do the same. Madeline's words hit Claude deep, and he sees she has a point. Claude finally signs up for the accounting class, but he still doubts his place in the class. He wonders if he'll end up failing. Since the servants' pay just went up recently, he wonders if he could have just stayed back and enjoyed the salary. When Claude hands his test paper to the instructor Poitier, Poitier praises him for a job well done. Claude tries to downplay it, but the instructor tells him his work was special. The instructor says anyone can do basic arithmetic, but not everyone excels at bookkeeping. He adds that even the smartest nobles struggle with this, but Claude nailed it. Poitier admits he was skeptical when he became an instructor, but Claude's performance gave him encouragement. He then says with confidence that Claude will become a great accountant. Claude is initially doubtful, but he remembers Hans's sacrifices to help them improve. Because of that, Claude decides he'll do everything he can to become great. During the security training, Hans is shocked to see the students taking punishments under Lakia's orders. Lakia scolds them as useless. A Apparently, 30 minutes earlier, the students arrived all arrogant. They talked to Lakia however they wanted until he taught them a lesson by beating them up. Now that he's shown he's more than capable as an instructor, the students have no choice but to follow Lakia. Lakia isn't impressed. He tells Hans the accounting division might be fine, but the security division is full of thugs. Lakia thinks he'll waste his time and energy trying to teach the lowlifes. Seeing Lakia unmotivated, Hans pulls him aside to a private spot to talk. Hans tells Lakia he knows his qualifications and how he taught the emperor swordplay. Lakia replies he succeeded because the emperor was ready to learn. Lakia asks if Hans is comparing the king to commoners, and Hans says no. Hans explains he's using the reference to show Lakia how great a teacher he is. Hans adds that Callista has no knight order and Oswald is the only knight left, but he's too old to teach. Hans then makes a bold claim: the king isn't different from commoners. He says people are people, noble or not. In the end, they're all people, and the only difference is when someone sees their potential and helps them grow. Given the situation, Hans believes Lakia is the best candidate for the job. That statement hits Lakia deep. He realizes Hans has more conviction than he gave him credit for. Lakia says he'll need more time and resources, and Hans assures he'll cooperate with whatever is needed. Lakia notices Hans is already getting comfortable with how he talks. Hans wasn't like this when they first met, but now his nervousness has faded. Hans tells Lakia he sees him as reliable, which is why he's comfortable. Lakia finishes hearing compliments and quickly walks back to the training ground. When Lakia arrives, he's surprised but also impressed by what he sees. Most students are still in the stance he left them in after his talk with Hans. Lakia remembers Hans's words that people are just people until someone sees their potential. Lakia smiles at the memory and decides to give his all to training the lowlifes. He tells the students to get back on their feet, noting they need more than muscles or bravado, they need grit and persistence. He tells them that sticking around even after getting punished shows real character, and he reminds them not to forget what they've learned. With that, Lakia gets his class moving. Lakia used to think he'd spend the next 5 years stuck in a dull routine, but now he's happy to have something to fill his time. In the year 853, the Callista Academy was founded to back the creation of the Callista Bank. It was split into 2 departments, accounting and security, and all the students were ordinary folks from the area. Then, in the blink of an eye, 3 years flew by since the academy opened. 3 years later, Hans' mother is much better, thanks to the artifact. She finally steps out of her room, something she hasn't done in ages. Regina worries, but she tells her daughter she's okay. She missed the smell of nature, so she went outside to take it all in. Feeling thrilled, Owen invites Regina to walk with her. In the past 3 years, things like Owen getting her strength back have happened across the region. Somewhere else, tax collectors show up at a woman's house, demanding a massive tax payment. The woman is completely baffled because she can't afford to pay such a huge sum. The back and forth between the helpless woman and the tax collectors goes on until her son steps out of the house. Turns out her son is Claude, and he knows everything about accounting and taxes. Claude has been studying for 3 years, and now he dresses formally instead of like a servant. He confidently reminds the corrupt tax collectors about the new tax rate. They try to argue, but soon see that Claude knows his stuff. All low-earning citizens get a special low tax rate, and because his mother qualifies, Claude uses that to push back against the collectors. The officials have no choice but to back down, and Claude warns them he'll file a formal complaint if he ever hears any more bad reports about them. The 2 scramble away while acknowledging what Claude said. After they leave, Claude expresses his disappointment about the bad apples still around the region. His mother worries about him, but Claude tells her he's fine. The old lady doesn't want Claude fighting the officials, fearing retaliation, but Claude assures his mother that Hans will handle any problem they face. Meanwhile, inside the castle, a new maid knocks on Hans' door but gets no answer. She keeps knocking until an older maid shows up. The older maid points out the X sign on the door to the junior. She tells her that no one may disturb Hans while the X sign is up. The young maid is surprised and asks if Hans is doing something inside, but the older maid admits she doesn't know what's happening in there either. The older maid adds that even Lakia can't enter the room while the sign is up. What they don't know is that whenever Hans puts up the sign, he disappears to the lair to train. He levels up and gets to talk to Seyfried, someone he hasn't spoken to in 3 years. The dragon is impressed with Hans' progress so far. It turns out Hans is now on the 6th circle, which is impressive since even the Imperial Court mage only reaches the 5th circle. Seyfried notices that Hans has fully merged with the dragon heart inside him, meaning he can now perform large-scale magic. The dragon pats Hans on the head for growing so much in 3 years. Seyfried then asks Hans if he's training any disciples, but Hans doesn't get what the dragon meant. Seyfried explains that all great mages have disciples, and since it's his legacy to leave magic behind, he'd like Hans to have disciples too. He also assures Hans that he's not forced to do it. The power was passed to him, and he can use it however he wants. In the past 3 years, Hans has unlocked new areas in the lair, filled with treasure and such. Even though there are many treasures and Hans could get rich selling them, he's not interested because that's not Seyfried's legacy. Hans then tells Seyfried about his plan to build a bank. Seyfried thinks it's a loan shark, but Hans explains it's something totally different. Hans assures Seyfried that once the bank succeeds and he secures plenty of funds, he'll set up a magic academy to continue Seyfried's legacy. Hans points out that the current magic academies are just for show and lack real substance. Nobody really tries to become a mage anymore, because it's almost impossible to get past the 1st or 2nd circle in a lifetime. Magic is no longer taught, it's considered a thing of the past. But with Seyfried's power flowing through him, Hans plans to revive magic. With that, he'll be able to have dozens of disciples to pass the magic down for generations. Seyfried is pleased with Hans' plan and tells him to give it a try. Hans then leaves the lair, soaring through the air with magic. He looks down on the land from above. He's happy that everything's gone so well for the past 3 years. The preparations to open the bank are also moving along nicely. Just then, he remembers Lakia mentioning that the knights need plate armor and longswords. Since the knights are going to fight people, they need armor as well. Hans nods to Lakia's point, but because Callista is a backwater area with no danger, they never focused much on weapons or plate armor. But things have changed, and Hans knows they have to get ready for war ahead of time. So Hans starts scanning the mountains, hoping to spot iron ore for the next phase of their plan. While scanning, he suddenly sees a golden glow off in the distance. Hans has never seen anything like that, and it grabs his attention. Hans heads that way to see what it is, and he finds a wounded cat-like creature lying helpless on the ground. He uses his magic to heal the creature. He picks up the creature, admires it, and decides to bring it home. It turns out to be huge, because the cat-like creature transforms into a person right inside Hans's room. After carrying the cat overnight, Hans sees it getting weaker, so he decides to bring it to the lair and use the magic healing circle. He never used the magic circle while Lakia was around, because he wanted to keep the lair's location a secret. But now he can use it for the feline creature and set it on its way. He puts the feline into the magic circle, and it gets healed. Hans expects the feline to stand up in 10 minutes, but to his surprise, it stays unconscious for 3 whole hours. Hans has no choice but to bring the feline home and let it out once it wakes up. He knows he must do this early in the morning, since he and Lakia, his guard knight, always have breakfast together. Hans puts the kitten on the bed so it can sleep comfortably. The next morning, Hans wakes up screaming, which grabs Lakia's attention. Lakia rushes down to Hans's room, demanding that he open the door. Hans blocks the door with his body while trying to process what he sees. The feline he brought home the night before has turned into a full-grown man by the time he woke up, which is why he screamed like crazy. Hans tries to brush off Lakia by saying he saw a bug, which is why he screamed. He also tells Lakia that they'll have breakfast together later. Hans then turns to the cat guy and asks who he is. He still doesn't realize the cat was the one who transformed until the guy shifts back into a cat. Hans had his suspicions, but seeing the transformation confirms the guy is a feline folk. Feline folk are a mysterious race that lives apart from the human world. They have existed as long as elves and dwarves. People rarely see them because they are careful about revealing themselves. Since they seldom interact with humans, little is known about them. The cat guy starts pacing around the room and suddenly decides to stay there. Hans is shocked because he never gave the cat guy permission to stay in his room. Hans tries to argue, but the cat guy reminds him that Hans was the one who took him in. He claims Hans kidnapped him and even treated his wounds without permission. With that, the cat guy tells Hans he's now responsible for him. Hans realizes the cat guy is pretty pushy and cunning. Hans points out that the guy would have died if his wounds were left unattended. Because feline folk have abilities and strength beyond humans, Hans thinks a human couldn't have hurt him. He asks the cat guy if he was wounded by another feline folk. The question hits the cat guy hard, and he stays silent, suggesting Hans might be right. Hans is still trying to get close to the cat guy when Lakia bursts through the door. It scares both of them, but Lakia immediately draws his sword as soon as he sees the cat guy. He demands that the cat guy step away from Hans. Lakia rushes over to Hans, stands between him and the cat guy, and points his sword at the feline folk. At that moment, Hans remembers Lakia is a sword master, so he can sense the strange aura coming from the feline folk. The cat guy is angry and raises his hand, ready to strike Lakia. Realizing they might hurt each other, Hans uses a blink spell and jumps between them. They manage to hold back at the last second so they don't hurt Hans. After diffusing the situation, Hans turns to Lakia and tells him to calm down. He tells Lakia the cat guy is having some issues, which is why he decided to take him in for now. He begs Lakia not to be hostile, and this selfless act shocks the cat guy. With a stern look, Lakia asks why a feline folk like him is walking around in the human world. Hans replies that it's a personal matter. Lakia angrily points at Hans, reminding him that he is his guard knight. Lakia scolds him for bringing a stranger into his bedroom without thinking. Also, Hans jumped in front of his sword without fearing injury. Hans replies that he was sure neither of them would hurt him, which is why he acted that way. Hearing that shocks the cat guy again. Lakia keeps ranting about how dangerous feline folk are, when the cat guy cuts in, interrupts, and reveals his name is Asura. Hans is glad to hear his name. He then suggests that Asura and Lakia set aside their differences and shake hands. They both do as told, and with that, Hans successfully gains 2 companions in the Compton Mountains. Hans isn't ready to ask Asura about his past yet, but he's sure the guy will open up one day. Hans isn't ready to push someone who's just survived so much, but he worries about Asura and Lakia getting along. So the 3 keep living their lives, but Asura is constantly on Lakia's case. He could just pop up and demand the guy bring him some snacks. Lakia hates that the cat guy only eats and sleeps all day without doing anything useful. Still, Hans manages to spoil the guy, which leaves Lakia really pissed off. Soon after, Hans tells the 2 that everything's set for him to open the Callista Bank. Excited, he shares that the first Callista Bank will open in the capital. When you talk money, the richest person in the kingdom isn't the emperor or even a duke. Turns out, the richest person in the land is Baronet Dominic Sullivan. Dominic founded the empire's first banking business and has ruled the financial world ever since. After him, many nobles tried to get into banking, but they all failed. No one could break Dominic's monopoly on the banking system. At his home, Dominic meets his assistant, who brings him the report. While puffing a huge cigar, Dominic tells him to prioritize the report. Dominic learns he's been summoned by Duke McCarthy about an imperial protocol. Knowing it's a royal summons, Dominic says he has to go. He then asks his assistant to set the meeting for the afternoon. Next, he hears that Count Chenoweth has asked for another month to think over the deal. Finally, Dominic gets word about a new bank opening in the capital. He learns the bank is run by House Callista, with only one branch in the capital for now. When Dominic hears the Callistas run the bank, he isn't that interested. He sees them as a rural family with no big investments. Dominic assumes the bank will go bankrupt soon, so he doesn't bother. He tells his assistant to ignore the new bank, but secretly he plans to double-check if the Callistas have hidden backing. Meanwhile, in the capital, the newly opened bank is drawing a lot of attention. That's not usual, but the bank is getting buzz because of its business plan and strategy. Turns out, Han's new bank only charges 1 copper to open an account for new customers. On top of that, they give out loans without any collateral. At regular banks, you need at least 1 gold coin to open an account. And when they hand out loans, they usually demand collateral of equal value. That's why commoners never use banks, because only nobles meet the criteria. But that's not the case with Callista Bank. New customers get advice on how to manage their savings. The tellers ask for monthly income and use it to set up a savings plan. When giving loans, the bank only approves them after checking income and credit rating. They aim to offer loans that customers can easily repay based on their income. Even elderly people who can't read aren't left behind. The bank staff are ready to help each customer with whatever they need. Callista Bank opens its doors to poor commoners with no financial backing, giving them banking benefits too. The bank considers why customers open accounts and what they plan for the future. With that, they can give solid advice. A woman walks into the bank unsure about opening an account, but she's shocked when they actually open one for her. Then something surprising happens after she finishes opening the account. She receives a raffle ticket. These tickets go to everyone who opens an account in their first month. She's asked to drop the ticket in the box, and in a month lots will be drawn to pick 3 winners. She's even more surprised when she learns the bank will give out prizes. The first place winner will get 25 gold coins. The second place winner will get 10 gold coins, and the third place winner will get 5 gold coins. Everyone in the bank is shocked and rushes to open an account just to get a raffle ticket. Allman and Claude are standing in the lobby. Allman cheers for Claude's clever idea. Turns out the raffle idea was his. He also came up with the credit rating plan after brainstorming with other students like himself. A short while later they get a report saying they opened 100 accounts on day 1, and they still have 4 hours left to work. Claude is totally amazed by the news, and they also received 30 loan applications. Allman is sure Hans will be thrilled when he hears the news. Allman wishes Hans could come over to see everything himself. The bankers and guards trained locally in Callista are doing just fine. Allman says they succeeded in building a bank that anyone can use, which was Hans' goal from the beginning. Soon after, reports reach Hans in Callista. He's happy to learn that Allman and Claude are doing well in the capital. While sharing drinks with his sister and mother, he tells them the bank hit its target and everything is going great. Hans is impressed and plans to give all his workers a big bonus. Regina is happy to hear the great news, but she still can't believe her brother became a bank manager. Then Hans asks his sister if she wants to try a business too. Hans remembers Regina once studied management. He asks her if she has ever thought about where to apply what she learned. Hans assures his sister he'll help her with whatever business she decides to run. Regina then says nothing is coming to mind. She doesn't see herself as talented like Hans. She also doesn't picture herself doing anything in Callista. Hans then suggests they go to the capital. Hans also tells Lakia and the cat girl about it. Lakia is shocked by the news, but he's open to going to the capital. For the past 3 years, Lakia has served as Hans' guard knight, and he's done his job diligently. Because he still has 2 years left to clear his name, Hans worries about Lakia going to the capital, but hopes everything will go well. Just then he turns to the cat guy, and before he can call his name to ask if he wants to come, the guy jumps at Hans in excitement. Lakia scolds the cat guy for always jumping at Hans. He tells him Hans' body is frail and could get hurt easily. But the cat guy is so stubborn, he doesn't even care about what Hans says. As they plan to go to the capital, Hans sincerely hopes everything will turn out fine. When it's time to head to the capital, Regina is surprised her brother will take another carriage. Hans explains he can't leave Asa and Lakia alone together because they still haven't gotten along. He assures his sister he'll be right behind them. It will take at least a month to reach the capital, and Hans can't afford to leave the two stubborn heads together. This reminds Regina that her brother supposedly found the two while on tour. She wonders how her brother ends up finding strays while on his tour. She begins to doubt whether Hans really got the healing ring from an old lady. A moment of silence passes between them because Hans doesn't know how to reply. Hans runs off, telling his sister to call him if anything happens. Regina complains to their mother that Hans is hiding a lot, but Owen urges her not to overthink it. She tells Regina all they can do right now is watch and wait for him to open up when he's ready. With that, the family begins their journey to the capital. A month later they arrive at the capital, and Asa is the most excited, jumping around in the carriage. Lakia urges him to sit still because the carriage is shaking, but Asa can't hide his excitement. Hans understands why Lakia might feel uncomfortable. Everything may be new to Hans and Asa, but for Lakia, it's a return home and a reminder of his betrayal. Asa keeps acting childishly, even opening the carriage door. That makes Lakia angry, and he knocks Asa on the head for being too stubborn. An argument erupts between them, and Hans can only wonder when they'll finally get along. He sees more reason why he can't leave the two alone, because they're bound to cause trouble. Soon after, they arrive at the Callista townhouse and are welcomed by Alman. So the townhouse is basically an apartment that nobles keep in big cities when they're away from their lands, just in case they drop by. House Callista never owned a townhouse before, so this is their first one. The place isn't super fancy, but it'll do the job for now. Also, Madeline just finished medical school, and she's now Owen's personal doctor. After checking things out, Hans realizes he'll be spending more time in the capital than back in Callista. But he'd already mapped out a route just in case. Right after they get there, Hans heads straight to the bank. Alman looks surprised and reminds Hans that he's only just gotten back after a month on the road. Alman offers Hans a chance to rest, but Hans turns it down. Hans tells Regina and Owen they can rest, but since the bank is his, he wants to check it out himself. Asa instantly begs to tag along when he sees Hans heading out with Lakia. Hans tries to convince Asa not to follow, but Asa's too stubborn. Hans gets to the bank and is blown away by the huge crowd inside. Alman explains it's because they're holding the promised lottery draw. The third place winner turns out to be number 318, and she jumps for joy when they call her name. Everyone watching is stunned to see the bank actually keeping its promise. Even the guards are struggling to control the crowd, because they're not used to so many people inside a bank. Alman apologizes for the hassle, but Hans pushes him to keep everything safe. But Hans is impressed by what he sees. He never expected everything to run so smoothly. Because the place is too crowded, Lakia suggests they head out, and Hans agrees. Hans got what he came for, and he's satisfied. Hans then throws out an idea: let's go shopping. They pull up to a shop, and Asa excitedly points out that it's different from the stores back in Callista. Hans tells Lakia and Asa to pick out whatever clothes they like. He assures them he'll foot the bill for anything they buy, as a celebration for getting to the capital. Asa spots a cool fabric and grabs it right away. He tells Hans he wants the fabric because of its fancy patterns. Hans asks if he should cut it into a dress, but Asa says no. He just wants the fabric as it is. Asa explains that back home, they usually wrap fabrics around their bodies. Asa tries it on, and it looks great on him. After Hans gets Asa settled, he asks Lakia if he wants anything, but Lakia says no. He says knights don't need to dress up. Since Lakia isn't into dresses, Hans suggests he could upgrade his sword instead. But Lakia still isn't interested. Hans notices Lakia acting weird and asks if something's up. Lakia says he's fine, but Hans can tell he's feeling the pressure of being back in the capital. The three walk past a knight commander, and their chat catches his ear. The commander turns around when he hears Lakia's voice. He thinks the voice sounds like Lakia to Rodriguez, but he can't prove it yet. Meanwhile, over at the bank, something interesting is going down. The common folk there are shocked when a noble walks into the bank. Inside the manager's office, the branch manager Poitier is chatting with a noble. Turns out, what the noble wants is way beyond Poitier's pay grade. The noble doesn't waste time and asks Poitier to set up a meeting with the bank's owner. The noble finally introduces himself. He's the eldest son of the Count of Chenevis, and his name is Durin von Chenevis. He's at the bank because he needs a loan of 7,000 gold. Hearing that shocks Hans and Poitier. 7,000 gold is a really huge amount of money. When you convert that, it's about 14 billion won or 10 million US dollars. Poitier wonders how Hans will handle such a massive sum. A few minutes earlier, Hans was about to head back to the townhouse when he learned he had an important client waiting at the bank. He had to hurry down, and now he hears that Durin needs 7,000 gold. Hans asks Durin what he intends to spend the money on. Durin is taken aback, and Hans reminds him that while he respects his noble status, the amount is huge, so he needs to know the purpose before giving an answer. That's when Durin realizes that Callista Bank can actually provide the needed funds, and he decides to be honest about it. He explains that the Chenevis were once counted among the 10 wealthiest families in the empire. That was all because they owned the empire's biggest grain supply in the Chernik region. Chernik is a land blessed by the earth goddess herself, making it so fertile that even a few scattered seeds turn into abundant harvests. It produced most of the empire's grain, and because of that, the Chenevis stayed wealthy for generations. That continued until a new count arrived. The count was a compulsive gambler, and soon he drained Chernik's liquid assets. To try to recoup his losses, he kept raising the stakes, betting the family treasures. But things went badly, and he ended up putting the entire estate up as collateral. Now the debt has ballooned to a massive 7,000 gold in total. Speaking of that huge sum, the only bank that can help is the Sullivan Bank. However, the bank wants Chernik itself as collateral. Since Chernik is dear to the Chenevis, it's tough for them to offer it as collateral. Hans thinks that Chernik could actually pay Sullivan back in a couple of years if they manage their revenue well. Hans ponders all this after hearing the details, and Durand has something to say. Hans tells Durand to hold tight while he talks with his staff, then steps outside with Poitier. Inside, Durand already decides that there is no way. He thinks Callista Bank will not give him the loan. While talking with Hans, Poitier points out that Chernik would essentially be lost if the Chennevis used it as collateral. Hans doesn't understand the reasoning, so Poitier explains it to him. He tells him that Sullivan Bank will do everything it can to ensure the Chennevis fail to repay, allowing the bank to seize Chernik. That's why the Chennevis keep stalling the deal with Sullivan, hoping for a miracle. Their problem with Sullivan has already become public in the capital. Still, Poitier believes that giving a loan without collateral is wrong. Hans starts racking his brain to find a way out. Hans can afford to give the loan thanks to the treasures in his lair, but he wants to be careful with his spending. He doesn't want to throw money around out of pity or pride. He then tries to remember what happened with the Chennevis in his past life, but it's hard to pick something out. Because the Callista territory is remote, they rarely get information from the capital. Still, Hans keeps thinking, hoping he'll recall something from his past life that can help. Suddenly, something clicks in his head, and his eyes light up in shock. Without telling Poitier, Hans rushes into the room to talk to Durin. Armed with knowledge from his past life, Hans knows something crucial and believes giving the loan is the right move. Hans tells Durin that Callista Bank will grant the loan, shocking both Durin and Poitier. Poitier tries to argue, but Hans assures him it will be fine. He then asks Poitier to step outside so he can handle the contract with Durin himself. Even though Poitier is skeptical, he has no choice but to obey, and Durin sits there in total disbelief. He never imagined getting a lifeline, since their debt has made the family a target of mockery. They've been hunted by predators eager to seize Chernik. But now, Callista Bank is stepping in with a loan that requires no collateral. Deeply grateful, Durin thanks Hans for the help. Hans then tells Durin that the money isn't a donation or charity. Hans says he's offering Durin a legitimate contract. Durin reminds Hans that the Chennevis have no property left for collateral, but Hans isn't worried about that. He puts a paper on the table and tells Durin that 2 written promises are all he needs. With that, Hans approves the loan to help Durin and his family. When Dominic Sullivan hears about this, he becomes absolutely furious. He can't believe that an 18-year-old boy could run a bank and hand out such a huge sum of money. Based on what he knows, the Callista region doesn't have anything valuable, so it shouldn't bring in much money. Even so, Callista somehow gave out the loan. He asks his assistant if they're overlooking anything about the Callistas, and the assistant says no. From all they've gathered, the area is so underdeveloped it has no artifacts or anything valuable. All of this drives Dominic nuts because he can't figure out how Callista raises 7,000 gold. He tells his assistant they need to dig deeper into the Callista family. Dominic can't believe his whole plan to bankrupt Count Chernavis is about to sink. Turns out he's the one pushing the Count's gambling habit just to get his hands on Chernik. Soon after, Hans gets a letter. He hasn't been in the capital long, but the mail's already coming in. That's because his sudden fame from giving Durin and his family alone is spreading fast. Turns out the Callista family got an invitation to a banquet. The invite came from Count Al von Heispert, someone they've never met before. Leisha tells Hans it's no surprise, since he's the hottest guy in the capital right now. Hans's bank was known as a commoner's bank, but giving Durin a loan of 7,000 gold sparked a lot of curiosity. That's why Callista became the center of endless rumors and speculation. To dodge suspicion, Hans told Regina and Owen that their late father handled the finances well, which is how he secured the money he needed for his business. But Hans knows he has to stay careful, so he doesn't expose himself. Hans then asks Leisha and Asa if they want to come to the party with him, but both turn him down. Leisha's no-show isn't surprising, but Hans is shocked that Asa doesn't want to go to a party. Asa is usually the fun type, so skipping a party says a lot. Asa then says he just isn't into social gatherings. People think of Asa as fun because he loves hanging out with Hans. He tells Hans he only wants to play with him and no one else. Because of that, Asa decides to stay home, and even Leisha is surprised to see he can show some restraint. At the banquet, a crowd of nobles gathers. Some are drinking and having fun, while others discuss their next business idea. Just then, Hans, Regina, and Owen walk in, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Without any intro, most nobles already assume the trio is the Callista family. They expected someone older, but were shocked to see that Hans is really young. They also can't believe Hans started a business at such a young age. Everyone's heard about the Chernovis affair, but they wonder how a noble from a rural area could pull off such a big stunt. Their eyes soon shift to the beautiful dresses Owen and Regina are wearing. They're intrigued by how classic and original the dresses look. This makes the girls wonder which shop made those dresses. One of the girls quickly approaches Regina. Introductions start, and soon Regina begins to enjoy the social life she deserves. Even Hans admits he came to the banquet on purpose because of Regina. He's trying to bring her into society since she's always been behind the scenes. In the past, Regina was the family's backbone because her brother contributed little. That kept her from making friends or having a social life. But Hans wants to change that. He wants Regina to enjoy herself right now. It turns out Hans sourced the dresses from the dragon lair, which is why they look so great on the girls. Hans is deep in thought when two nobles appear behind him. That startles Hans, and the two quickly apologize. They introduce themselves as Count Milligan and Viscount Roxon. They reveal they're big fans of Hans's work. They're impressed by Hans's ingenuity in opening accounts for people with just 1 copper coin. Hans feels flattered by the praise and thanks the nobles for their kind words. The two ask about the 7,000 gold loan to the Cernavis, and Hans confirms what they want to hear, but says he can't share the contract details. Roxon tries to dig deeper into Hans's financial standing, but Hans assures him there's no risk of bankruptcy for the bank. They start chatting about their businesses and how tough it is to get funding with the recession going on. Sure enough, Hans tells them they can just walk into the bank and apply for loans. In the middle of their talk, Hans' mother appears and says she can't find Regina. She looks worried, but Hans reassures her that Regina will be okay. Owen says she left Regina with the other kids to chat, then she vanished. She asked the other girls, but none of them know where Regina is. Hans then tells his mother not to worry, promising he'll find Regina. He tells his mother to relax while he looks for Regina. Hans thinks Regina got lost because she's not used to big banquets and parties. He uses his magic to scan the hall, but finds no sign of Regina. He widens the search to the outside area, yet still doesn't spot Regina. Finally, his search leads him to the garden, where he sees Regina talking to someone. Hans steps out toward Regina, and just as he nears the garden, he hears her scream. He casts a haste spell and darts to Regina, arriving just in time to see a man drawing his sword at her. Hans is stunned by the sight. Weapons are banned at banquets, which is why Lakia didn't bother escorting Hans to the party. Before the man can harm Regina, Hans teleports right between them. Regina is surprised to see her brother appear out of nowhere. He uses a rejection spell to disarm the suspicious man. Then something interesting happens. A mage materializes, chants briefly, and puts a shield between Hans and the suspicious man. Hans is shocked to see a mage appear and wonders who he is. Knowing he's up against a mage, Hans decides not to hold back, especially with his family at risk. Unwilling to back down, Hans fires a wind arrow at the mage. The arrow pierces the mage's shield and sails past him and the swordsman behind. The arrow hits the wall, and the mage is shocked that it got through. Concerned for the person he's protecting, the mage asks if His Majesty is all right. That's when Regina and Hans realize the reality, 30 minutes before everything unfolds. Regina was having fun with the girls inside the house. Regina chats with them about how Callista is totally different from the capital. Mid-conversation, Regina looks out the window and spots a beautiful flower in the garden. Curious about the flower, she excuses herself and heads to the garden. Her new friends are disappointed she left early, since they never asked where her beautiful dress came from. In the garden, Regina stares at the pink flower, wondering what it is. Then, she hears a voice behind her saying the flowers are lilac. Startled, Regina turns around and sees the young man speaking. The young man says he loves scents, which is why he spoke up without thinking. He then asks Regina if she likes flowers too. Regina is too stunned to speak, taken aback by the handsome man standing there. When she finally speaks, she admits she doesn't know much about flowers, but she loves their fragrance. She likes the scent so much that she's thinking of planting the flowers along the estate street. The young man is surprised, since most nobles avoid planting lilac because it's pricey. He then expands on Regina's idea. He thinks the flowers would look great planted on the public street rather than inside a walled garden. Without noticing, they start thinking in sync. When they finally notice they're thinking alike, Regina apologizes, blushing. Her face is already flushed with excitement. Even she doesn't know why she's so comfortable with the young man she just met. Regina realizes she hasn't even asked his name. She opens her mouth to speak, but the guy talks at the same time. The situation gets even more awkward for the two lovebirds. Regina finally says she wants to know the young man's name. Just as the young man is about to answer, he sees a snake slithering out of the grass toward Regina. Regina sees it too and lets out a terrified scream. Reacting fast, the young guy draws his sword, trying to slay the snake. That's when Hans appears, thinking the young man is about to attack his sister. Hans instantly teleports between Regina and the young man and steps on the snake without even noticing. Turns out that's how it all went down, and the young man wasn't trying to hurt Regina at all. Regina and Hans lower their heads, asking for forgiveness. They didn't realize they were standing before the emperor, but the young man didn't take offense. He gets that it was just a misunderstanding. It turns out the young man is actually the Emperor of Rosenbaum, Crowell Carter III. He carries a weapon because only royalty are allowed to bring arms to banquets. Adding more intrigue, his protector is the Imperial Archmage Rumbly Ivan. He wields the continent's highest magic, which is level 5 magic. Nearby soldiers hear the commotion and rush to the scene. Crowell doesn't want the soldiers to see him or the situation to get worse. Seeing the Emperor's reaction, Hans leaps into action without hesitation. He instantly conjures a mirage wall to fool the incoming soldiers. When the soldiers arrive, they see nothing and turn away, thinking the noise came from the other side. After they leave, Hans tells Crowell he set up the barrier so the Emperor wouldn't get caught in more trouble. Hans talks calmly while his sister panics behind him, which makes sense since she didn't know her brother could use magic. If that wasn't enough, Ivan grabs Hans. He's completely blown away by the power of Hans's magic. The Mirage spell is level 6 magic, and Hans used it without even saying a word. Ivan can't believe what he just saw and wonders if he's mistaken, but he's sure he didn't mishear Hans. Crowell taps Ivan on the shoulder, trying to calm the excited man. Crowell thanks Hans for his help and then asks for his name and his sister's name. Meanwhile, Ivan still can't hide his excitement. Hans and Regina finally introduce themselves, and when Crowell hears their names, he realizes they're the talk of the town. Regarding Crowell, Hans knows he's a puppet of Townsend and McCarthy. That's why he lacks strong allies and hasn't aligned with any noble family. Because of that, Crowell rarely makes public appearances. As expected, Crowell and Ivan say goodbye, with Crowell hoping he'll get to talk to them again soon. Hans is surprised that, even with all the issues Crowell is facing, he still showed up at the banquet. Crowell's appearance at the banquet is unexpected given his troubles. Hans then turns to his sister and suggests they head back to the banquet. But Regina isn't about to let what she just saw slide. She demands an explanation, and as usual Hans tries to dodge, but Regina isn't having it this time. Seeing his sister won't back down, Hans promises to explain later and urges them to go back inside first. When they re-enter the hall, they notice everything feels off. Regina rushes to her mother, asking why people are suddenly looking at them like trash. Owen says she's also confused, but knows everything changed when a certain gentleman entered. That gentleman is Dominic Sullivan. He walked into the hall and tried to turn everyone against the Callistas, claiming the family lacks etiquette. Apparently, it's customary to greet every guest when a family makes its debut. Dominic attacks Hans and his family, saying they have no manners because they're from the countryside. Dominic's words cut deep, especially for Regina. Regina wants to respond, but Hans stops her. Hans gets what Dominic is trying to do and admits it's a clever tactic. Actually, there used to be an old custom to greet everyone at a banquet, but that tradition died out decades ago, so no one follows it now. Hans knows everyone now sees them as rude and uncultured, and the mastermind behind it all is Dominic. Dominic has extensive knowledge of etiquette, and he also founded a banking business. That gives Dominic an edge over everyone. It's well known that almost all the nobles owe money to Dominic's bank. That's why only a few dare to defy him. Hans already expected Dominic to come after him because of the Chanova issue, but he didn't expect Dominic to use such a disgraceful tactic. Hans is completely confused and doesn't know what to do right now. He doesn't want to do anything that will make the situation worse. He knows he can endure the embarrassment, but his mother and Regina are out of the picture. Hans starts beating himself up because he didn't think things through before inviting Regina and his mom to the party. He clenches his fist in anger, and then out of nowhere he hears someone call his name. It turns out to be Durin, walking toward Hans with excitement written all over his face. The moment people see Durin talking to Hans, the whole vibe starts to shift. Durin tells Hans he's been looking for him ever since he heard Hans would be attending. Durin even goes ahead and introduces Hans to his friends. Hans is blown away by how warmly Durin and his friends welcome him. That energy rubs off on everyone else in the room. The girls from earlier run over to Regina and start chatting with her again. The girls want to finish their earlier conversation, and Regina openly welcomes them. Durin and Hans then step aside to a private spot so they can talk more easily. Durin apologizes if he sounded too familiar with Hans, then explains he saw how tough the situation was, which is why he stepped in. He also mentions that Dominic has caused similar messes many times. Hans isn't angry at all about what Durin did. Instead, he's grateful because the guy literally saved him and his family from embarrassment. Hans then shares his surprise at seeing Durin command such gifts from the other nobles. Durin says his presence is heavily influenced by his father's reputation. In the past, his father had a solid reputation and was always welcomed in every social circle. But things have changed now that he's only known as an addictive gambler. Durin also tells Hans he's grateful for saving his family, because without his help, he wouldn't be at the banquet. Hans then realizes he didn't help the Senatives out of pity, because he didn't even know Durin's father was well respected. On the way home, Hans starts reflecting on the day's events. He realizes he messed up badly. His encounter with the Emperor could have gone sideways, all because of his recklessness. Hans realizes that magic and money won't shape his future. What he really needs is information. When he gets home, Hans partially reveals his identity to his mother and Regina. He confesses he's a mage, and his power even surpasses the archmage's. However, Hans can't reveal any more than that. It's not that he doesn't trust his family yet, but because he isn't powerful enough. Also, he can't let anyone know about the dragon lair, because that alone would spark a conflict he couldn't control. Hans's mother isn't happy about this revelation. She's always known Hans is hiding something, but she couldn't believe he's a mage. Meanwhile, Regina is still not satisfied because she saw it firsthand. Hans then reminds Regina to keep his magic secret, and she agrees. Regina asks if Asura and Lakia know about his magic, and he says they do. That only makes Regina angrier, because she can't believe Hans told his friends about his magic, but not his family. What they don't know is that Asura and Lakia are standing outside, hearing everything. Owen then tells Hans he can hide things from them, but urges him to be careful because his safety matters most. Hans assures his mother he'll never make her worry, and thanks the two for believing in him. After meeting his family, Hans reveals his goal isn't to be the strongest or seek revenge, but to change the world for the better. Hans then heads to the barn, thinking about his next move. He walks into the barn, closes the door behind him, and teleports to the lair to train as usual. Asura and Lakia see him enter the barn, but they can only wonder what Hans is doing there. Lakia doesn't want to push because he knows Hans isn't ready to share all his secrets yet. Asura and Lakia end up arguing again, and while they do, Regina reflects on the day's events. Her face turns red from blushing as she can't get Crowell out of her head. Elsewhere, we see two guys, Jeprian and Enable, at the Information Guild. Jeprian is playing with cards because there's nothing else to do. Enable shouts at Jeprian to find something to do, but Jeprian reminds his boss that they're the Information Guild, so people are supposed to come to them for information. However, their guild has been abandoned by all the nobles because of a rumor that spread some time ago. Jeprian thinks it's time to close down the guild and give up. Just then, they hear a knock on the door. Jeprian runs over to open the door. Hans and Lakia stand at the door like clueless rats. Hans says he lost his bird, so Jeprian asks what color it was, and Hans just says it was blue. Jeprian leads Lakia and Hans inside the building. While they climb the stairs, Hans thinks the only thing he's missing now is information. He didn't think it mattered before, but after the banquet, Hans realizes he needs to arm himself with the right information. All his memories from his past life are limited to Callista or the big events that happened in the Empire, so he has to go back to Callista. Other than that, Hans is clueless. That's why he's visiting the Information Guild that Lakia recommended. They go upstairs and meet the guild master, Annabelle. Hans is about to introduce himself, but Annabelle cuts him off, already knowing who he is. She tells Hans everything about him and his recent deeds, leaving Hans shocked. But that's normal for her, since she runs an information guild. She doesn't know who Lakia is, and then she spots a cat behind Hans. It turns out Asura is with them too, but he's in his cat form. Annabelle picks up Asura, petting and rubbing his fur. Asura says he'll follow Hans and Lakia to the Information Guild, but he promised to stay in his cat form. Since Annabelle is rubbing him, Asura just goes along, keeping his promise to behave. Hans also knows a little about Annabelle. She's the guild master, a capable leader who built the guild when she was young. Hans is grateful Annabelle hasn't focused on Lakia and Asura, so she has no information about them. Annabelle's guild used to be one of the top guilds, but they messed with someone's collection and got badly hurt. The guild almost went extinct, and other nobles stopped using it out of fear of that person. That person is Lord Angus, who is working to isolate Annabelle's guild. Annabelle is impressed that Hans knows something about her and the guild. She admits she may have underestimated him a bit. Annabelle finally gets serious, fixes her hair, and walks to the table to talk to Hans. She asks him what information he wants. Hans admits he knows nothing about the capital or what's happening there, because he's lived in Callista his whole life. Because of that, Hans offers Annabelle and her guild an exclusive contract. Regarding the exclusive contract, Hans wants Annabelle to gather information on the major nobles and merchants in the capital. He also wants reports on incidents and trends that are worth knowing. In return, Hans will pay for each piece of information and fully fund the operations of Annabelle's guild, the Lucent Guild. Annabelle takes the contract and reads it to understand. Because the guild is in a tight spot with a bad reputation, she has no choice but to accept the contract. Normally, information guilds avoid backing a useless or rural family. But since the Lucent Guild is struggling, they have to accept. Annabelle decides to show what she can do. She offers to tell Hans about the 3 most important families in the empire. Hans is surprised because he only knows 2 families, the McCarthy and Townsend families. Annabelle agrees, saying those 2 families are the most famous, which is why they easily control the emperor himself. However, there is a 3rd important family, the Crosser family. They are a 400-year-old noble house, but no one knows what they do or where they are. The current head, Marcus Chivon Crosser, has been in seclusion for over 10 years. Some think he is in his 20s, while others say he is in his 50s. The funny thing is that the other 2 families are trying to win the Crossers over. But Marcus Chai Crosser has declared neutrality. Even Hans never heard about the Crossers in his past life, and Lakia is clueless too. Hans thinks the family stays hidden because they aren't causing major incidents in the empire, nor are they tied to the power struggle in the capital. Hans is glad for the information Enable gave him, and he urges her to investigate the Crosser family more. Hans then pays Enable for the information, leaving a bright smile on her face. She gets so excited, she starts shouting about the money and that she and Jeprian can finally buy meat. She stays lost in excitement until Jeprian pulls her back, urging her to stay composed. When Hans and Lakia leave the guild, Lakia asks why he wants to know more about the Crosser family. So Hans says, since the 2 dukes are watching over the family, he wants to check it out himself. Lakia nods with Hans, but he's uneasy about the risks that come with the request. When the 3 of them get back home, Alman greets them looking pretty worried. He lets Hans know there's a visitor waiting, and it's someone they never saw coming. Hans walks in and finds the Archmage Ivan already waiting. Hans breaks out in a sweat, thinking he's in some kind of trouble. He recalls using spoken magic in front of the Archmage, and worries his true identity might get exposed. Out of nowhere, Ivan drops a shocking request, begging Hans to take him on as a disciple, and Hans is left with his jaw hanging open. Hans begins to realize that Ivan is seriously asking him to be his teacher. Surprisingly, Ivan tells Hans to drop all the formalities and just call him by his first name. Hans is taken aback, saying he can't ditch the formalities when they barely know each other. Ivan insists that as his student, Hans can call him whatever he likes. Hans can't believe Ivan is already calling him teacher, and quickly points out that Ivan is older. On top of that, Ivan's an archmage, so Hans wonders how he could possibly teach him. Hans brings up that there are proper manners and etiquette to follow. But Ivan argues that those morals don't matter when it comes to magic. He says the magical world judges only skill, not a mage's age, rank, or even wealth. Ivan notes that every mage dreams of reaching the top, and that's why he wants Hans as his teacher. Hans feels totally overwhelmed by Ivan's points and is left stunned. Finally, Hans tells Ivan his magic isn't any better than his. Ivan doesn't buy it because he saw Hans pull off a 6th circle mirage spell without any incantation. Hans fibs, saying it was just a 3rd circle invisibility spell. Ivan, not being a fool, reminds Hans that he called it a mirage when he cast it. Hans sticks to his lie, claiming Ivan must have misheard because he couldn't possibly cast such a high-level spell. Ivan then asks Hans if he thinks the emperor misheard him as well. The instant Ivan brings up the emperor, Lakia darts out from where he was standing. Hans realizes he never told Lakia that he met the emperor. Ivan is angry that a guard knight interrupted their talk without permission, but Hans steps in fast and tells Ivan that Lakia isn't just any guard knight, he's a close friend. Hans knows it sounds rude, but he pleads with Ivan to let Lakia stay and join the conversation. Ivan has no choice but to go along with Hans' request. After Lakia gets the full briefing, Hans is surprised to see him staying calm. Hans thought Lakia would be angry since he accidentally attacked the emperor. Turns out, Lakia just wants to hear how the emperor is doing. Hans is even more surprised that Ivan doesn't recognize Lakia. Hans used a 4th circle illusion spell on Lakia, and since Ivan's at the 5th circle, Hans expected him to notice some magical trace. But that didn't happen, even though Lakia was right there. Deep down, Ivan wonders if he's met Lakia before, but Hans brushes it off since it's his first time meeting a mage and everything feels weird. Lakia then asks Ivan if he really wants to be Hans' student, and Ivan says yes. Lakia decides to step in, telling Hans it's a solid proposal. Lakia explains to Hans that helping Ivan is basically the same as helping the emperor. Lakia adds that the emperor will eventually notice Hans' talent, bringing good fortune to them. Hans instantly realizes Lakia is just trying to use him to get to the emperor. Hans has no choice but to give in. He tells Ivan he's ready to help, but makes clear it's just advisory, not an official master-disciple bond. Also, Hans begs Ivan not to reveal his existence to anyone else. Ivan agrees and asks Hans if there are any other conditions he wants to add. Hans then tells Ivan he doesn't want him using honorifics. Ivan has no choice but to accept. At the same time, Hans worries he might not be able to keep his identity hidden from Ivan, since he's also a top-level mage. But Hans is starting to see why Lakia urged him to agree, since it's a great chance to build connections. Ivan is about to leave when he runs into Regina. Regina says hello, and then Ivan suddenly realizes he's got a message from the emperor that he needs to hand over to her. He's holding a letter from the emperor, and it leaves Hans and his sister completely shocked. Turns out he showed up to deliver the letter, but he got distracted by something else entirely. Regina looks confused and asks her brother if he'll send the letter first. Hans says no, reminding Regina that the letter was written especially for her by the emperor. He urges her to read it herself and write her own reply. Regina grabs the letter and heads to her room to read what's inside. When Ivan gets back to the castle, he tells the emperor he's decided to start taking lessons from Hans. After telling the emperor that, he finally remembers to hand over Regina's reply letter. The emperor recalls Ivan insisting on delivering the letter himself, even though he had planned to send a servant. The young ruler finally realizes Ivan had his own hidden agenda, which is why he wanted to see Hans. The letter explains that the emperor had to leave the banquet hall in a hurry the last time they met, so he couldn't say a proper goodbye. He admits he went to the banquet on purpose because he'd heard about the Callistas and wanted to see them himself. He wanted to meet the kind of person who would open a bank for ordinary folks. He says he was so focused on Hans that he missed the fact that Hans has a wise and upright sister. He confesses he really enjoyed the chat he had with Regina when they met. Because of that, he wants them to become friends and start swapping stories by mail. Regina got totally flustered when she read the letter. She rushed to Ivan so she could have some time to write a reply for the emperor. Ivan told her she could take all the time she needed, since he'd be chatting with Hans. In her reply, Regina apologizes for her brother's attack on him. She also admits she enjoyed the moment she spent with the emperor. She tells the emperor she's willing to share her feelings through letters, just like he wants. The emperor is blown away when he reads Regina's reply. Regina has no problem with it, because she believes the emperor will eventually share his future with a noble princess from another land. At the same time, the emperor says he could live like a puppet, but he won't hesitate to keep exchanging letters with Regina. Soon enough, they started swapping letters, and Hans noticed right away. Even though Hans isn't the romantic type, he could clearly see something was brewing between Regina and the emperor. He wonders whether he should let the relationship grow or not. He searches his memory for clues about the emperor, but finds nothing useful. All he recalls is that the emperor was married to a suitable foreign princess chosen by the two ducal houses that run the empire. Hans decides not to interfere and lets them live their lives. Soon after, Callista Bank became the talk of the town in the capital. The bank got super popular with commoners, who started opening accounts left and right. Before long, everyone had an account at the bank. Claude tells Hans they've made big progress, so he suggests ending the lottery event after next month. He notes that the numbers are already hitting Sullivan's bank. People from nearby villages and towns are coming to the capital to sign up after hearing about Callista Bank, and Hans is surprised that demand is coming from outside the bank too. Hans is thinking about opening new branches, but Claude says that could be tough. Claude quickly apologizes for speaking out of turn, and Hans tells him to speak his mind. Claude explains that most of their customers are common folks. Because of that, the deposit amounts are small compared to the sheer number of customers. He reveals that right now, deposit and loan customers are almost balanced. Claude thinks opening new branches would just drain their reserves more. Hans grins when he hears Claude's explanation. Claude asks why he's laughing, and Hans says he's impressed with how well Claude knows the ropes. Since they're looking for an exit, Hans tells Claude it might be the right time to launch the business idea he proposed. Claude is surprised, and he tells Hans the idea is still just a concept. He adds that the idea was scrapped because it had fatal flaws for real implementation. Then Hans assures Claude there's nothing to worry about because he'll set up extra measures. Soon after that, Callista Bank started using checks. At Huffman Trading Company, the guy gave his customer a check just as he was about to get payment for 30 gold coins. The merchant was shocked when he was handed a piece of paper. The trader then explained that it was a check invented by Callista Bank. He assured him that if he went to the bank and showed them the paper, he would get his 30 gold. The merchant thought the paper was worth 30 gold coins, but the trader said he had already deposited 30 gold coins in advance. Because carrying money is heavy, he deposited it in the bank for his customer to pick up. The merchant didn't trust the paper and insisted on taking regular money. The trader said he no longer carries cash, but since the merchant was suspicious, he decided to take him to the bank so they could collect the money together. The clerk took his time to examine the check and confirm it was the original. The merchant was then given his 30 gold, leaving him completely shocked. Everyone knows gold coins are heavy and take up a lot of space, so trading companies that handle big sums put a lot of effort into moving cash. To protect their money, they usually pay huge sums to mercenary guilds for escort services. Even with that, there have been reports of attacks on transports where the cash gets stolen. But using a check lets you carry a huge amount of money without any stress. That was Claude's idea, which is why the check was invented. He was confident the idea would soon take over the whole kingdom. Later, Sullivan learned from his assistant that Huffman Trading Company had started dealing with Callista Bank. Sullivan got angry when he heard that because he was the one who helped Huffman Trading Company become one of the top 10 trading companies. The assistant said people are flocking to Callista Bank because they need to physically collect their money after getting a check. The assistant added that some customers end up doing business there. Soon after, nobles who were skeptical before started using Callista Bank as well. Sullivan couldn't believe that Callista Bank, which began as a commoner's bank, was gaining influence just because of a piece of paper. Sullivan took one of the checks to examine it. He noticed it had a serial number, a signature, and an amount on it. Sullivan concluded there was nothing special about the check. He saw that the check was made from high-quality fiber mixed with silk, which would keep it from getting wet or torn. Sullivan saw this and immediately thought his bank should be able to do the same. Sullivan then told his assistant they needed to start making their own checks. He didn't care if they were identical or not, he just wanted them made. He was confident merchants would rush back to them since they were already used to the bank. It would be easy for them. The assistant was surprised and tried to point out that it was unethical. That made Sullivan even angrier. He reminded him that he was the one who started the banking business in the empire and didn't see anything special about writing numbers on paper to sell it. The assistant didn't want his boss's fury to fall on him, so he assured him he would do as commanded. Sullivan also suspected that Callista Bank would try to open new branches very soon. Sullivan ordered his assistant to plant a spy among the new employees who would work at the Callista Bank branches. Sullivan wanted everything reported to him, and the assistant assured him it would be done. Sullivan couldn't believe the amount of stress he was going through just to run a bank. Apparently, he was interested in a noble named Bowen. Meanwhile, Annabelle submitted the report that Hans wanted from her. In the report, he highlighted a specific name, which turned out to be Bowen. He asked Annabelle to explain everything about Bowen in detail. Annabelle was taken aback when she heard this. She concluded that Hans was no ordinary person. Hans told her to gather intel on all the nobles, and he basically went through hundreds of pages right there on the spot. Hans even categorized them by priority levels. Annabelle didn't want to believe that Hans was just an 18-year-old kid. Annabelle then explained that Viscount Bowen had a unique hobby of collecting women's clothing. Turns out Bowen isn't into womanizing or cross-dressing for fun. He just loves collecting women's clothes. What's even cooler is that Bowen roams the whole empire just to gather more outfits. Because of that, he already has a pretty impressive wardrobe full of women's clothes. Annabelle then tells us that Bowen has been trying to open a salon for 3 years, but Sullivan Bank keeps turning down his loan applications for a salon in the capital. Hans looks surprised and asks Annabelle why Sullivan keeps rejecting Bowen's loan. Annabelle points out that running a salon is considered lowly work for a noble. Hans then calls Poitier and hands him the report about Bowen. He tells Poitier where to file the report, which impresses Annabelle even more. She notices that Hans is slotting the report into the investment priority list. Meanwhile, Hans finally gets the picture now that he's a full-fledged noble. Just like commoners stuck because of their class, nobles are also trapped by their own status. Later, Hans asks Allman about the territory, and Allman assures him everything's going fine. Allman notes that Hans's knowledge has helped the territory attract more immigrants. On top of that, this year's harvest has hit an all-time high. Hans is glad to hear that and decides he can relax about the territory for now. Soon after, Sullivan Bank started issuing checks. People began preferring Sullivan checks over Callista's because they'd been dealing with the bank first. Some aren't happy having to travel all the way to the capital to visit Callista's main branch for their money. Poitier quickly tells Damien about the drop in check market share, which is all thanks to Sullivan Bank. Surprisingly, Hans tells Poitier there's nothing to worry about. He says it's normal for successful businesses to have latecomers. Hans isn't worried because they've already hit their goal of growing the customer base. Also, he's confident since the bank uses its own exclusive technology to make its checks stand out. Turns out Bowen also showed up at the bank for a meeting with Hans. He made a flashy entrance, holding a bouquet of flowers to greet Hans in the meeting room. Hans was shocked when he saw him. At first he thought Bowen was a pervert from the report, But after meeting him, he realized Bowen is just a guy who loves women's clothing and nothing else. Bowen says he was surprised to get the document from Callista Bank. He feared it might be a scam because he never expected an investment proposal instead of a loan. Hans assures him it's not a scam. He tells Bowen he can run the salon and doesn't have to pay back the investment money. But the bank will take a share of the salon's profits. Bowen started crying when he heard that. He thanks Hans for the chance, saying everyone called him a crazy pervert when they saw his collection. Even when he talked about the salon, people called him senseless. Bowen never expected Hans to believe in him. Suddenly, he sees Poitier filling the flower vase with water. He tells him there's no need because the flowers are all artificial. Bowen says he hates wilted flowers, so he hired an artisan to keep them fresh forever. Hans is blown away when he realizes the beautiful blooms in front of him are all artificial. He admits they're more impressive than any ordinary artificial flowers he's seen before. Bowen then says the process to make the flowers is really expensive. He notes that each flower costs 2 silver coins to produce. When Poitier hears that, he goes to his boss and suggests they reconsider investing with Bowen. It's clear he doesn't understand the value of money. Poitier doubts anyone would spend 2 silver coins on a flower that isn't a jewel. But Hans disagrees with Poitier's suggestion because he knows what the future holds. Hans knows that high-quality artificial flowers will become hugely popular with the empire's noble women in the future. They'll want them as corsages to decorate hats, accessories, or a few dresses. Even though they're pricey, demand will outpace supply, eventually making jewels secondary to flowers. In fact, that was one of the things that ruined Callista's finances in his past life. Hans knows the trend is still years away, but he believes the investment will pay off later. Hans then tells Bowen he's definitely investing in his business. Later that day, Hans gives his sister the artificial flowers, and she's totally blown away. She's also impressed by the fragrance, making her wonder if the flowers are really artificial. Asura, on the other hand, complains to Lakia that he's bored because Hans has been busy lately. Hans has been super busy, barely sharing meals with Asura and Lakia like he used to. Then, out of nowhere, they both get hit by a huge burst of magical energy coming from the shed. Asura points out that the shed leaks magical power every evening, so the two decide to go investigate. Hans steps out of the shed and runs straight into the two, who are already waiting. Asura asks straight up what Hans has been doing in the shed every night. Asura thinks Hans is keeping something secret from them. Lakia asks Hans if what he's doing is dangerous, but Hans struggles to answer. Lakia gets the hint and decides to back off. Lakia thinks Hans isn't ready to spill the beans yet. Asura, on the other hand, isn't taking no for an answer. He reminds Hans that he was the one who pushed them to be honest with each other. Hans sees that things are about to get messy, so he decides to take charge right away. He tells them he was just about to call them over, then leads them into the shed to show a huge golden magic circle inside. He explains that he's been tinkering with something whenever he had free time, and it's finally finished. Hans admits he should have set up a stronger magical barrier to stop the power from leaking. Lakia and Asura are blown away by the massive power radiating from the circle. Their curiosity spikes, and Hans reveals it's a warp gate. Lakia can't believe it, because a warp gate is 7th circle magic. Back when magic was common, hardly any humans could ever pull off a warp gate. That makes Lakia wonder who Hans really is. Hans then confesses, saying he's the successor of the gold dragon Seyfried. That leaves the two even more confused. Hans knows they were already onto him, but they held back out of respect because he saved their lives. Hans could keep his identity hidden, but he feels telling them is the least he can do since they trust him with their lives. However, he can't share the part about the regression. Lakia finally gets why Hans had to hide his identity. Hans also had to come clean, because he'll be traveling to the territory, more often using the warp gate. He doesn't want them worrying whenever he disappears. Hans then suggests they step into the magic circle so they can all go together. In a flash, they appear at Callista Castle, shocking Lakia and Asura. It's Hans's first time using 7th circle magic, and he struggled a bit to stabilize the coordinates. Lakia realizes they're in the storage room, a place Hans has forbidden anyone to enter. Lakia figures out that Hans has been setting everything up from the beginning. Hans admits he's been anxious about being away from the territory for too long. Lakia asks if he can only travel between the shed in the capital and the storage room at Callista Castle. Hans explains that the warp gate only lets you travel between fixed points. Hans is glad to be back in the territory after months away. He walks to the window and sees something disastrous unfolding outside the castle. Hans rushes outside the castle and sees everything completely flooded. The butler William is shocked to see Hans, since he was supposed to be in the capital. Hans basically tells him to put him aside for now, because they have a huge problem to deal with. He asks for an explanation, and William says the territory is suffering from flooding. Apparently it's been raining for over a week, and the river finally overflowed at dawn. William and the other officials have been evacuating citizens from the lowlands. William doesn't know about the warp gate and assumes they arrived by road. He asks Hans if he's okay, but Hans is already lost in thought. It hits Hans that every year around this time, it used to rain for several weeks in the territory. But the river had never overflowed enough to cause flooding before. He starts racking his brain because he would definitely remember if something like this happened in his past life. William then mentions that the damage to the Western Plains is severe, and Hans starts piecing everything together. House Callista wasn't a rich house, even though it held one of the Empire's notable territories. That's because the east is mostly high, barren mountains, while the west is covered in marshlands. It's basically a dead land where people can't live and crops can't grow. To fight that, Hans has spent the past 3 years on land reclamation projects and territorial development. They dug waterways through the marshes and mixed in sand to make the soil fertile. That helped them grow several crops better than before. With the new fertile land, news spread quickly and people started moving in. That's why his butler told him everything's going great in the territory. The crops were booming, giving a big harvest thanks to that. Hans figured he didn't need to worry about Callista, but revisiting it turned all his assumptions upside down. He finds out the river spilled over onto the reclaimed land, and most of it is already underwater. Luckily, it's mostly farmland, not houses. Hans checks if everyone was rescued and learns most of them got out early this morning. The knights are still searching to be sure nobody's left behind. Right then, Hans blames himself for everything. He points out that Callista's marshes used to soak up rainwater each rainy season. But during the reclamation, they filled in those marshes. Asura looks puzzled and asks Hans why a natural disaster would be his fault. Lakia backs Asura, noting it's been 3 years since the reclamation, so it shouldn't cause trouble now. Hans, however, disagrees with them. He thought his future knowledge let him control everything. He hoped fixing flaws would bring better results, but now he feels it's the opposite. He wonders if his attempts to change the future are causing irreversible damage. Hans drifts in his thoughts until Lakia shouts, urging him to snap out of it. Lakia reminds him he's the lord of the territory and needs to handle the crisis instead of blaming himself. Lakia's grab and shout pulls Hans back to his senses. He questions the butler about the servants, learns the butler told them to shift supplies from underground to the surface, and Hans orders him to change those commands. Everyone must band together to evacuate all citizens and keep them safe. He asks Lakia to join the Night Order and assist with disaster relief. Hans admits Lakia's right and says his first move is to save Callista. For a moment, Hans learns there are no casualties yet, and all citizens are being evacuated. Hans orders the people near the riverside embankment to evacuate too, since the ground could be soft. Just then, a knight rides over in a hurry. He reports something terrible. The downstream bridge has collapsed. They all rush to see the bridge completely broken in the middle. Hans worries because about 20 households live beyond the bridge. He asks for damage details and whether anyone's still trapped on the other side. The knight says it's hard to confirm details since the bridge was already in that bad shape when they found it. Suddenly, they see a woman on the far side of the bridge. She says there's a critically ill patient in the village. She pleads with Hans to rescue them because they can't cross the river. Hans asks the knights if there's an upstream detour. The knight confirms it but warns that it's completely flooded, making it even riskier. Hans dismounts, grabs a stone, and casts a flying spell on it to test something. The stone soars, confirming the levitation magic is heavily influenced by wind. He realizes simple tricks won't fool anyone watching him. Hans calls Lakia, asks him to keep the knights quiet about his plan, and Lakia, though curious, assures him he's got his back. Hans walks toward the broken bridge as his people warn him to be careful. But Hans won't look away because he's the heir of the golden dragon, Seyfried. Hans casts a kinesis spell, shocking everyone. The rubble begins to shift into place, but Hans isn't finished yet. He layers multiple castings, leaving the crowd even more confused. A golden aura glows around him as Hans stacks the spells and caps them with a 6th circle hardening magic. When he's done, the broken bridge is repaired. Lakia can't believe his eyes at the sight. Hans tells Lakia and the knights they can now evacuate residents since the bridge is safe. Lakia acknowledges the order, but Hans knows everyone who saw his magic will have questions. Hans thinks his move was reckless, but Lakia steps up and shouts at the other knights. He tells them to forget what they just saw and put rescuing lives first. He then says they should regroup once things are settled because he has an announcement. Now that the bridge is fixed, rescuing the villagers is a lot easier. The villagers begin thanking Hans for coming to save them. Hans is surprised there were more injured people than he expected. He's grateful the rescue was quick because a delay would have been disastrous. A servant walks up to Hans and asks how he got to the village so fast, even though they heard the bridge had collapsed. Hans is taken aback, not knowing how to lie or answer. Fortunately, the rescued lady shows up again. She claims the bridge didn't collapse and that she only saw debris. Another person backs her up to make the story sound convincing. The servant still insists he saw the bridge collapse, but everyone tells him he must have imagined it because the bridge is fine. An elderly woman approaches Hans and thanks him for coming to save them. Since the village was mostly outsiders, they thought they'd be left to die, but Hans surprised them. Hans feels proud hearing that. After the flood work is done, Leisha gathers the knights who were at the bridge. The lady who saw everything is there too. Leisha says he has something to announce before they all split up. They already know the lord of the land is a mage. Leisha knows they have a lot of questions on their minds. He asks what they would do if they were high-ranking nobles. Leisha mentions that Hans is a young lord who got the count title at just 15. He also wields magic, one of the strongest on the continent. But Hans can only protect himself with magic. Leisha points out that other nobles would try to seize Hans's power if they found out. The knights get it and finally see why they must keep Hans's identity and power secret. With a thunderous echo, the knights acknowledge the order. Leisha apologizes to the lady for getting dragged into all this. But the lady tells him she's fine with it. She admits she doesn't know much about magic, but what she saw from Hans was amazing. She's grateful Hans risked his secret to save them, and assures Leisha It's the least they can do to keep his power hidden. Leisha sighs in relief, realizing everyone's on board with his plan. Leisha heads to Hans's office and finds him working again. Hans says he's reviewing data on the Western Reclamation Project. Leisha can't believe Hans still blames himself for the flood. Looking at the map, Hans confirms the whole western part of Callista is lower than the east. That's why rain from the Compton Mountains runs into the western plains, turning them into marshes when it rains hard. Hans thinks the reclamation project was a foolish move on his part. Hans starts planning a dam upstream to prevent this from happening again. He plans to call civil engineers at dawn. Leisha sees Hans is troubled and tells him caring for the land is good, but he shouldn't take on everything alone. Leisha tells Hans to learn to rely on the people around him. Hans thanks him, but says he can't count on him because he'll leave in 2 years. That's when Leisha realizes Hans said his name will be cleared in 5 years. Leisha has basically stayed in Callista because of that, and Hans says he feels sorry for him. He doesn't like that he's putting so much on him, like making him Knight Commander, even though he's hiding in town until his name clears. As a token, Hans has something for Leisha. He pulls out a beautiful sword and gives it to Leisha. Hans says he's been bothered by Leisha carrying an old sword. Hans was actually gonna hand over the sword after showing off his power, but everything just ended up the way it did. Leisha appreciates the gesture, but he points out that guard knights normally carry regular weapons. That's when Hans drops the news that the blade is forged from dragon bone. Leisha is totally blown away hearing that. Hans explains the sword is an alloy named Oliphant, made by mixing dragon bone with mithril. It's basically the only material that can stand up to a sword master's aura. But only dragons that possess it can actually refine it. Hans says he took the material from a dragon's lair and thinks it's worthy for Leisha. Leisha grabs Hans and asks if he's really an idiot or not. He tells him some things deserve his presence while others don't. Leisha mentions dragon weapons are super pricey, but Hans says he's already aware of all that. Leisha then asks Hans if he can count on Asa as well. Hans reminds Leisha that catfolk don't live among humans. Hans thinks Asa is just hanging out in the territory for now, and will eventually go back to his own people. Hearing that, Leisha finally gets what kind of person Hans is. He sees that Hans expects them to leave his side eventually. Even so, he's still spilling his biggest secrets and weaknesses to them. On top of that, he's casually handing them rare materials. Just then, a servant walks in and tells Hans that someone has arrived at the castle and is confronting Asa. Hans and Leisha rush over and see Asa in a standoff with a weird-looking guy. Turns out Asa knows the guy, and his name is Ryuji. Asa shouts at Hans and Leisha, telling them to stay back. Suddenly, Ryuji drops to his knees, bows to Asa, and treats him like his lord. That leaves Hans and Leisha totally stunned and confused. They quickly go inside the castle, and Hans apologizes to Ryuji for his knights being rude, since Ryuji is Asa's guest. Turns out Ryuji is a warrior from the catfolk. Ryuji thanks Hans for giving Asa shelter. But he tells them Asa can't stay with humans because he's a cat person. Because of that, he plans to escort Asa back to their own territory. Just as he finishes, Hans doesn't look surprised because he was already expecting a day like this. Then Asa refuses, telling Ryuji he has no intention of going back. Ryuji tries to remind Asa what humans can do. Still, Asa holds his ground, saying he doesn't want to go back because the person he's running from might still be there. Hans gets Ryuji's concern, but he tells him that Asa is his dear friend. Hans then tells Ryuji he's ready to let Asa stay in the territory as long as he wants. Asa quickly jumps behind Hans, backing up his claim that he's not going back. Asa tells Ryuji that Hans is a good friend and he shouldn't doubt him. Ryuji says everyone back home will be worried and waiting for him. Asa tells Ryuji he can't fall for it because the people haven't really shown interest in him. Lakia, on the other hand, starts wondering what kind of role Asa has among his people. Ryuji realizes Asa won't change his mind and tells him he'll stay back in the territory too. Hands is surprised to hear that, but he has no choice but to accept since Ryuji is Asa's companion. With that, Ryuji joins the circus. By midday, the flood had already subsided, and Hands was still confused about how to explain everything. He was supposed to be in the capital, but he suddenly showed up in the territory to rebuild a bridge with magic. He's in the middle of that when Lakia shows up, asking if he's going back to the capital. Hands says yes, but he's worried he hasn't been able to explain the situation. The servant quickly excuses herself, and Hands realizes Lakia has sorted out his worries. With that, Hands and his group head back to the capital using the warp gate. As expected, Ryuji was totally blown away since it was his first time. However, Hands's worries weren't over as his sister, who had been looking for him, confronted him. She was so worried she had already reported to the guards that Hands was missing. Hands's plan was just to test the warp gate and then return. But since he encountered something completely different in the territory, he couldn't stay quiet about it. Hands is forced to tell his sister and mother that a flood happened in their territory. He tells them he went there, found a flood, but there were no casualties. So after she explained everything, Regina keeps on pressing him, trying to figure out how he managed to get to Callista and be back in under a day. But then Hands's mother steps in again, telling Regina to leave Hands alone since he'll only spill his secret when he feels comfortable. Regina shoots back with a sarcastic remark, telling Hands to pass her regards to the servants when he returns to their area. Meanwhile, Asa is worried about Rouge. He asks Rouge if he's okay with the way he's been wandering, and Rouge assures him that he's fine because he's been looking for Asa for a long time. Just then, Lakia shows up and says he wants to talk to Asa for a moment. Asa encourages Lakia to say whatever he wants, but Lakia insists they talk in private. Because they want privacy, Rouge excuses himself from the room. Instead of using the door, Rouge jumps out the window like a cat. Lakia is stunned by that until Asa gets his attention and asks what he wants. Lakia then says he's been trying his best to stay out of Asa's business. But he wants to know if Asa has committed a crime and is on the run because of it. Lakia worries this could put Hands in danger, and he doesn't want that. He asks if Asa being in the house could be a threat to Hands. Asa replies that he hasn't committed any crime, but he's dealing with some very personal issues. Lakia stays silent for a few minutes, waiting for Asa to open up about his troubles. He recalls Hands mentioning that Asa would go back to his place eventually. When Lakia sees Asa isn't going to speak, he tells him he won't interfere in his problems again. As Lakia prepares to leave, Asa asks about his new sword. Lakia says Hands gave him the sword, but he plans to return it because he feels it's way beyond his skill. The moment Lakia says that, Hands's thoughts are already on the sword. Asa tells Lakia that he would like to ask for the sword instead. Lakia argues, saying he can't give it. Asa looks confused because he clearly likes the sword. Lakia points out that it's a dragon weapon that hasn't been revealed to the world yet. Asa notes that because Lakia plans to return it, he might be entitled to keep it. He reminds Lakia that the sword's owner will be whoever Hands chooses. Lakia sees that Asa is making a point, and knowing how Hands thinks, he thinks Hands would give the sword to Asa as soon as he gets it back. Because of that, Lakia tells Asa he's not returning the sword and will keep it for himself. It quickly turns into an argument, and people outside can hear them clearly. Later, Regina and Hands head to the Imperial Castle after receiving a special invitation from Emperor Carter. Apparently, after the flood, Lakia told Hands he wants to focus on personal training with his new sword. Asa is also busy with Ryuji because he has a lot to discuss. Hans sees this as a good chance to go back to the dragon lair and continue his magic training. He was thinking about that when Regina rushed in to tell him about a letter she just got from the Imperial Majesty. Excited and panting, she tells her brother that Carter invited them to dinner the next day. That's why the two put on their nice outfits and headed to the Imperial Palace. Carter welcomes them warmly, admitting their last meeting was brief. They all sit at the table, and Carter says he's been looking forward to seeing them again. Hans is shocked to see that the only people at dinner are him and his sister. Also there, Ivan, Carter's closest confidant, is present. Hans is surprised the Emperor is having a private meeting, because in his past life, the Emperor struggled to socialize. Hans also notices that Carter looks different than when they first met. For a moment, the chef serves nice dishes, leaving Regina amazed. The Emperor asks if there's anything wrong with the food. Regina quickly assures the Emperor that everything is fine. Hans tastes the soup and admits it's very delicious. The soup is salty, but really good. The Emperor reveals that the soup has clams and shrimp. Apparently, the Emperor himself likes the dish and is glad they do too. Ivan says the dish isn't served often, which shows the Emperor holds Hans in high regard. The Emperor asks his guests if they usually enjoy seafood. Regina says she rarely gets a chance to eat seafood, and Hans agrees. He points out that Callista is landlocked, so seafood is pretty hard to find there. The Emperor then says the capital faces the same problem. Because seafood spoils quickly when shipped, it ends up being really pricey. Even so, there are times when you just can't get any seafood at all. Carter notes that only nobles get that food, but he wishes regular folks could try it too. Hans hears that and realizes Carter isn't like the other nobles in the Empire. As the meeting goes on, they bring out more food. Regina and Hans thank the Emperor for letting them try something truly special. Hans notices the meeting is winding down, but he wonders if it's really just a friendly get-together. Then Carter looks over to Hans and asks if he wants to keep talking. Hans jumps in with a yes, but Carter corrects him, saying he wasn't talking to Hans. Turns out the Emperor was actually speaking to Regina. When Ivan catches on to the Emperor's plan, he seizes the chance to pull Hans in too. He hauls Hans out of the room, saying he's got a lot to talk about. Ivan then brings Hans to the research institute where they study magic. Hans is blown away to see that even though magic's fading, Imperial mages still hold big importance. They can practice and research magic however they like. Ivan tells Hans to follow him into his lab. Hans is surprised to find that the guy has his own personal lab. Ivan then reveals he isn't the only one with a private lab. Turns out every mage attached to the Imperial Court gets a personal lab. They're chatting when a guy with glasses bumps into Hans. Hans tries to stay chill, but the guy just insults him for getting in his way. Hans is shocked, but Ivan tells him not to take it personally. Ivan explains that the mages think their research is the most important thing on Earth. After that, Ivan asks Hans what he thinks of the Institute. In the Institute, there's no rank, no wealth, no power. Ivan says you don't have to worry about nobles, petty fights, or annoying politics. Ivan keeps praising the Institute, saying it's a place where everyone loves magic and devotes their whole lives to studying it. Ivan tells Hans the Institute is the best spot for a mage, and Hans finally gets what Ivan's up to. He asks if Hans wants to study magic at the Institute, and Ivan says yes. Ivan assures Hans he can safely keep his identity hidden. Hans confirms that Ivan brought him here to recruit him, but he turns down the offer. Hans admits the offer is tempting since he'd get to meet other mages and make things more interesting. But there's a big catch. Their magic comes from a different source because draconic magic is totally different from human magic. Draconic magic comes from the heart and fires with a single command, while human magic needs a spoken incantation. Hans knows he's clueless about human magic since he started with draconic magic. Because of that, he thinks he'd be basically useless at the academy. Then Hans spots a magic circle on the board, and Ivan says it's a fireburst spell he's working on. Ivan explains it's an upgraded version that turns a first circle fireball into a fifth circle attack, but it's still unfinished. Ivan reminds Hans he's been focusing on defensive magic for the Emperor, so his offensive magic is weak. After looking at the circle, Hans asks Ivan if he can try to fix it. Mages take pride in creating new magic because it's a huge achievement. It's basically a once-in-a-lifetime feat that shows they've reached the top of their field. Because of that, they keep new magic developments secret from other mages. Since that's the norm, Hans is surprised Ivan lets him tweak the magic circle he's working on. After a few minutes studying the formula, Hans points out the problem to Ivan and fixes it. Ivan is totally blown away and hugs Hans, calling him a genius. Ivan admits he's been trying to fix the formula for months with no progress, but Hans did it in minutes. Hans stays modest, saying he only tweaked an existing formula. Ivan tells Hans he's a genius for mastering the ancient runic language. Hans is blown away when he hears about the runic language. Ivan explains that the magic formulas are written in ancient runic language, and just by looking at them, Hans can understand the principles, making him a runic genius. Hans finally realizes why he could read human magic formulas, even though it was his first time seeing them. In short, the ancient runic language is draconic magic put into words. Human magic gets rebuilt into those formulas. Simply put, draconic magic is the base for human magic. Hans sees that he can study both sides because they work on the same principle. Hans is totally amazed by that insight. But he snaps back to reality and apologizes to Ivan for meddling with his magic formula. Ivan isn't mad. He already respects Hans as his master even though he turned down the offer. Ivan tells Hans not to worry about formalities, saying learning from him is the highest honor. Hans is impressed by Ivan's lack of ego compared to other mages. All Ivan wants is to study magic and nothing else. Just then, Ivan's disciples walk in and are stunned to see he finished the magic circle on the board. Ivan isn't fully excited because he didn't create the magic formula himself. Ivan then introduces his disciples to Hans. Ivan tells his disciples that Hans is here to see the Emperor and that he's just giving him a tour of the institute. Turns out the guy who bumped into Hans earlier is also a disciple, and he questions his master's choice to bring an outsider into his private lab. Another disciple tries to tell the guy to drop it and celebrate that their master finished the magic circle. That only fires up the guy, who suggests they kick the outsider out. He's angry that a non-magic user is seeing their precious formula. All his complaints are getting on Ivan's nerves, but he stays quiet to protect Hans's identity. Ivan reminds his disciples that he brought Hans in, so they should show some courtesy. He adds that Hans is the Emperor's guest, which alone deserves respect. Ivan can't really tell them that the person in front of them is a high-level mage. The rude disciple points out that Ivan is usually the one who says not to worry about rank or etiquette. Before things get heated, Hans tells Ivan they should leave. After they leave the lab, Ivan apologizes for what happened in the room. He says he's spoiled his disciples too much, which is why they acted that way. Hans assures Ivan he isn't angry. He knows Ivan was just trying to keep his identity hidden. Hans also says he likes how close Ivan is with his disciples. Ivan notes that their skills are solid, but they lack manners. He's pretty sure they would have fainted from shock if they saw Hans in action. From what Hans saw in the lab, he can tell the three disciples are talented. Since Ivan is an archmage, he'll be picky about who he takes on as a disciple. Hans is confident the three disciples will become the Empire's archmages someday. Hans wishes he could ask them for help with his plan. The two head back to the waiting room and find Carter and Regina enjoying each other's company. They chat comfortably, both smiling. Hans is shocked and wonders when Regina and the Emperor grew so close. Hans knew they exchanged letters, but he didn't realize they'd become that close. Even they stare at Hans and laugh. He never realized Hans was so clueless about romance. After a good time together, Hans and Regina hop into their carriage and head back. Suddenly, Regina asks Hans if men like quiet, graceful people. When Hans hears that, he instantly knows he's about to give relationship advice. Since he has no experience, he starts to stutter. He finally asks Regina if she thinks the Emperor will dislike her. Regina struggles to answer, and Hans realizes she's basically in love with the Emperor. Regina admits she's in love, but she has no desire to become Empress. She just enjoys hanging out with Carter and chatting with him. Hans sees where this is headed and tells Regina he'll always have her back, no matter what she decides. He says she's free to do whatever she wants without worrying about anyone else's opinions. Apparently, Ivan told Hans to let Regina be and not try to control her, because that would only make her feel a burning inside. Soon after, cases of check counterfeiting start showing up at Sullivan Bank. The head of Huffman Trading Company is shocked when he tries to cash his check, and they tell him the money on the check has already been paid out. At first, he thought the teller was playing a joke, because the check was worth at least 50 gold coins. It quickly turns into a heated argument that draws the attention of the other customers in the bank. Apparently, the guy was the first to move from Callista Bank to Sullivan Bank after hearing they started issuing checks. Dominic Sullivan also hears about the growing cases of check counterfeiting, and it makes him really worried. His assistant tells him the problem is spreading across all their branches. His assistant says the fake checks look so real they could pass for the genuine ones. It's that bad that even the bank staff can't tell the difference between the real and the fake. Because of that, they can't figure out how many counterfeit checks are out there. Sullivan then orders his assistant to recall all the checks within 2 weeks. He wants only the original issuer to withdraw the check at the issuing branch. Then, after 2 weeks, all check withdrawals should be halted. The shocked assistant tells Sullivan 2 weeks is too short. Customers might not have time to exchange their checks. The assistant predicts it could even take months. Sullivan says he should only contact the big customers. He doesn't care about the regular folks. Another assistant walks in and tells Sullivan that check withdrawal customers are flooding the main branch. Customers no longer trust the bank's integrity and are all trying to pull out their money. Sullivan, who was initially supportive of recalling checks, now sees the real problem is the loss of trust in his bank. Nobles and traders are pulling out large deposits. At this rate, it will trigger a bank run. A bank run happens when a flood of withdrawals hits a bank all at once. Defeated, Sullivan asks his assistant how Callista Bank deals with the counterfeiting problem. His assistant says Callista Bank handles it well, catching counterfeiters as soon as they walk in. The bank uses a special device to verify check authenticity. Hans shows Annabelle the device, pointing out they set it up at each window when checks arrive. They also train their staff to only pay out money after the check passes inspection. Thanks to the device, they can spot any counterfeit, and Annabelle sees that Hans had anticipated the fraud. Hans confirms this, saying no matter how complex they make a piece of paper look, determined bad guys will always find a loophole. That's why he made sure to have a solution ready just in case. Annabelle then tells him the most expensive thing in the information market is data about the counterfeit detector. From the official information guilds to the back alley guilds, everyone is trying to get their hands on that data. The most desperate is Sullivan Bank. They're offering to buy even the tiniest bit of info about the device, but no one really knows how it works. Hans gets why they can't figure it out, because the device looks just like an ordinary lamp. But the device is actually a magical tool with magic stones inside. Hans etched magic that reacts only to specific wavelengths into each check paper. Then he built the detection device with magic stones so even non-mages can use it. When he first built it, he thought he was being paranoid, but now he's glad he did. Hans tells Annabelle the device was made with the bank's special technology, so even if she sells the info, no one could copy it. Annabelle feels hurt by Hans's words, even though he was joking. Annabelle assures Hans she would never sell info about him or his institutions, even if she were offered billions, because she sees Hans as her benefactor. He was the one who saved her guild from bankruptcy, and because of that the guild keeps getting tons of requests. Hans is also glad to work with the guild, because when he wanted to open new branches, Annabelle's guild warned him that spies would be planted among the new staff. Hans can't believe Sullivan is such a disgusting soul who would do anything to bring someone down. Annabelle reveals Sullivan can act like that because he has the backing of House McCarthy. House McCarthy is one of the two powerhouses that run the empire, alongside House Townsend. Hans then asks Annabelle if she has any info on Marquis Crosser, but she says she has nothing. Annabelle says the information basically doesn't exist, which is why she can't get it. Hans knows McCarthy will soon hear about Callista's progress, and they will definitely interfere in his business. To prepare, Hans wants to forge an alliance with the Marquis' house. So Hans just decides to let go of the stuff he can't control for now. He asks Annabelle if she knows any trading firms over in Somerville. Annabelle says yeah, since Jeprian grew up in Somerville. Hans follows up, wondering if any of those firms focus on seafood distribution. Annabelle doesn't know offhand, so she tells Hans she'll have to check. Still, she's pretty sure there are a few out there. Somerville is basically the Empire's biggest coastal area, famous for its seafood dishes. Hans gets excited and tells Annabelle he's planning to open a seafood restaurant, running it straight from the capital. Annabelle is surprised and warns Hans that seafood can be pretty pricey. She brings up the transport hassle, but Hans says he'll sort out the logistics. He gives Annabelle's guild 2 jobs: deliver reliable food and figure out which recipes the capital folks love. Annabelle is totally stunned, but she feels honored and smiles. Hans is amazed that Annabelle jumps in even without all the details. Annabelle tells Hans she picked up one thing while working with him. She says questioning him is pointless, because whatever Hans sets his mind to, he always makes it work. Hans takes the compliment, smiles, and tells Annabelle he'll be waiting on her contract. Thanks to the trouble with Sullivan Bank, Callista Bank is pulling in more customers. When Hans shared his seafood restaurant plan with his crew, they were all on board, and Lakia even offered to head to Somerville to study recipes. Hans is happy everything's falling into place and thinks it's time to head back to his territory. He quickly tells his sister and mother he's planning to go back to their territory. Regina is shocked, but Hans explains the business is already stable. He also says staying away too long wouldn't be a good idea. His mother agrees and mentions she'll have to say goodbye to her new friends. Regina, meanwhile, is thinking about doing some shopping before they leave the capital. That's when Hans reveals his plan to leave the 2 of them in the capital. His mother looks surprised. Hans notes his mother hasn't been able to socialize much because she's been sick for the past couple of years. She just arrived in the capital and has been making friends. His mother agrees, blushing a lot. Regina adds that their mother keeps getting invites to social events. People are always looking forward to seeing her at their events now. Hans then tells Regina it would be easier for her to stay in the capital since she wants to study more. Plus, it would make chatting with her pen pal a lot easier. Their mother instantly senses something's up and asks Regina if her pen pal is a guy. Owen is proud of Regina and tells her she's at the age to start thinking about marriage prospects. Hans, of course, can't tell his mother that the guy is actually the emperor. Regina asks Hans if he'll be okay staying alone in their territory. Hans assures Regina he'll be comfortable because he'll be home. Owen isn't worried. She knows Hans has Lakia and Asa with him. Soon after, Hans and his friends get ready to head back to Callista. Asa shares his excitement about going back, saying he prefers staying in Callista over the capital. Hans knows Lakia will feel relieved too, since he couldn't leave the house for fear of being recognized in the capital. Surprisingly, Ruji rides along, sitting beside the driver. He apparently hates cramped spaces, so he chose to stay outside. Inside the carriage, Asa and Lakia are already bugging each other. Asa complains about the carriage and asks why they can't just use the warp gate. Hans urges him to handle the carriage since they can't use the warp on an official trip. Soon after, they reach Callista's place and Lakia wakes Hans. He tells him something's off, and when Hans looks outside, he's surprised to see a crowd of people. Just then, William shows up and says he came personally to welcome Hans back to the territory. William tells Hans to hop off the carriage, since walking would be quicker. Hans asks William why there are so many folks gathered at the territory's entrance. William explains that they're all immigrants looking to settle in the territory. There's a long line because they need to verify everyone's identity. Hans is surprised because he expected fewer people to come after the flood. William tells him it's actually the opposite. After the flood, word got around that Hans helped the victims. That news spread far, painting Callista as a great place to stay. So families started moving in together. Hans is amazed and decides to walk into Callista on foot. To his surprise, the townspeople are waiting to welcome him back. Hans asks William if he organized the welcome, but William says no. Turns out the crowd was already there, and news of his return quickly spread across the region. William also tells Hans he's crafted a story for the people about how he arrived during the flood, so Hans has nothing to worry about. Hans grabs a flower from a child, sniffs it, and feels that he's truly home. Hans arrives at the castle and sees everyone lined up to greet him. The servants ask if they should prepare food or let him rest first. Hans declines, saying he'd rather look over the administrative logs. He's already back to work, which doesn't surprise the servants because they know his style. Then William gathers the reports and shows Hans the first one about the Compton Mountain situation. He tells Hans that mining prep is in the final stage and work can start next month, which makes Hans happy. Hans quietly prepared to mine the iron ore, knowing the two ducal houses would try to interfere even though the ore legally belongs to Callista. William adds that he found the blacksmith he was looking for. The blacksmith, a man named Grunberg, isn't showing the talent William expected, even though Hans said he would. William notes that Grunberg seems confused about the role Hans wants him to fill. Hans isn't worried, because he knows Grunberg won't reach his full potential until later. In his past, Grunberg became a famous blacksmith that everyone wanted, and he eventually left Callista. Hans gets why William doubts him, but he asks to be put in charge of the mine and the new smithy. After that, William shows Hans the blueprint for the magic academy he wants. It's huge, making William wonder if Hans really wants to move forward with the plan. Hans tells William the whole project is a promise to his teacher and benefactor. After hours of reviewing everything, Hans finally wraps it up. Lakia questions why Hans is stressing himself on his first day back, but that's just his nature. Hans is surprised that Asa and Lakia are waiting for him to finish instead of taking a break. They assure him they feel great after riding in a carriage. Asa quickly clings to Hans, reminding him that Callista is better than the capital. Hans suggests they do a territory inspection tomorrow since it's been a while, and Asa immediately agrees. Before they know it, 2 years have passed as the house keeps expanding its business. Meanwhile in the capital, a bustling district becomes known as Callista Street. That's because the Callista Bank headquarters sits on that street, showing how much the area has grown since the bank opened 2 years ago. There's also a popular spot on the street, a seafood restaurant called the Seabreeze. Everyone who visits enjoys the meals, and it's open to commoners too. Even though it's a bit pricey, commoners don't mind because it's affordable for special events. It's nice because, in the past, commoners never thought about buying seafood in the capital. Now seafood is easy to get, thanks to the Seabreeze. Before, fish would rot before reaching the capital, but rumors say a mage casts preservation magic on the cargo wagons from the seaport, keeping the seafood fresh no matter how long the journey. The noble customers discuss this and wonder if it's possible, since preservation magic needs at least third circle high-level magic. Because of that, they assume imperial mages are involved. The funny part is that imperial mages aren't allowed to use magic outside their official duties. One of them concludes the restaurant must be linked to the imperial court. But who actually owns the restaurant remains unknown. One noble is angry that the restaurant serves both nobles and commoners. In fact, the restaurant has deliberately lowered its prices so commoners can eat there. The nobles use the second floor, while commoners sit on the first floor. There's also an upper floor reserved just for the big shots. So Jeprian is pleading with Hans to admit he's the real owner of the place, since nobody would think a regular guy like him could own the restaurant. Hans grins and says he only put up the money and the plans, while Jeprian did all the recipe research and created dishes that please everyone in the capital. Because of that, Hans thinks Jeprian should be recognized as the restaurant's owner. Jeprian goes along with Hans' suggestion and tells him he appreciates the move. Hans praises the food, and Jeprian admits he added extra flair because the day was special. Turns out Hans is getting back to full capital duties. He'd been handling territory matters, but now he's eyeing a bunch of new ventures. Just then Hans hears his guest has shown up, a little ahead of schedule. He doesn't ask them to wait, because he's already finished his meal. Hans tells them to come in, and the guest turns out to be Bowen. Bowen kneels, Hans hands a bouquet, and thanks him for reserving the restaurant's upper floor for their meeting. After they sit down, Bowen talks about his booming business and his plan to open another branch in Bensi. Hans is surprised, noting that would be the 5th branch. Bowen says his clothing line started with premium artificial flowers, which made a huge splash and later grew into accessories, fabrics, and women's apparel. Everything Bowen touches turns to gold, earning him the nickname Golden Hands. Hans compliments Bowen on his success with the men's salon, saying that even with early resistance, it turned out great. Bowen replies that he owes it all to his eyes. Hans looks puzzled, and Bowen decides to explain more. Bowen explains how he can tell that Hans has a different outfit for every season. He talks about how he would style Hans if he were in charge. He finishes by saying he'd make the sleeves tight and thick to conceal the gold bracelet Hans wears on his wrist. Bowen realizes the bracelet is a secret that shouldn't be shown, and seeing Hans wear it all the time, he knows it holds personal meaning. He urges Hans to be more careful. Hans nervously thanks Bowen for the tip, confirming the bracelet is indeed the dragon bracelet. Bowen invites Hans to drop by his salon anytime, promising to bring out his best. Bowen boasts that he brings out the best in everyone, except one person, Marquis Crosser. Hans is shocked, remembering Annabelle said there's still no info on Crosser. Curious, Hans asks Bowen if he's ever seen or met Crosser. Bowen replies excitedly that younger folks might not have met Crosser. Bowen then reveals he caught a glimpse of Crosser at a banquet 10 years ago. When Bowen saw him, Crosser wore dark clothes, like he was heading to a funeral. Crosser just stared out the window the whole banquet, never opening his mouth or talking to anyone. Bowen is puzzled why Crosser would attend the banquet acting like that. Hans asks his thoughts, and Bowen admits it's hard to read Crosser since he never got a chance to talk to him. But he did notice something when he looked closely at Crosser's eyes. One eye was purple, the other black. Hans hears this and realizes Crosser has heterochromia, different colored eyes. Later, Hans asks Lakia and Asa if they've ever seen Crosser, and both say they haven't. Hans shares that Annabelle's only lead is a rumor that Crosser doesn't even live in Crosser Castle. Hans feels frustrated and starts thinking about giving up the chase on Crosser. Then Lakia brings up Hans's preparation for a territorial war, and Hans confirms it. Basically, the neighboring territories around Callista are getting suspicious that the region is gearing up for something, especially with immigrants arriving constantly. Hans also mentions his plan to make good use of the Night Order that Lakia will soon leave behind. Even though Hans is used to having Lakia by his side, he wisely keeps him out of future plans because their 5-year deadline promise is about to expire. With that, the two slowly say their goodbyes. Soon after, Grunberg learns he's been summoned to the castle. It turns out the castle staff already know Hans is a mage, but they don't dig deeper or spread rumors because they're all focused on protecting the region and their young lord. Moments later, Grunberg arrives at the castle to meet Hans. Even knowing Hans is a mage, Grunberg is impressed by how Hans moves between the capital and Callista as if they were next door. After Hans finishes reviewing William's report, he turns to Grunberg, who has completed the sword he was forging and brings it over. Hans takes the sword and is amazed at how light it feels. Grunberg explains he cut the weight in half while more than doubling its strength. He assures Hans that by next week, they'll be able to supply swords to the whole Night Order. William is blown away by Grunberg's mad talent, and he says it's all thanks to Hans's sharp intuition. Once Hans finishes checking the swords, he shows Grunberg his next gig, crafting armor for the Night Order. William, ever the curious type, asks Hans if he designed it, and Hans nods, saying he based it on the Imperial Night Order. Grunberg points to the hollow spot in the chest and asks Hans if that's meant to be the circuit's power source. Hans is both shocked and impressed, realizing Grunberg's skill let him spot the hole's purpose just by looking. Grunberg admits he doesn't fully get how it works yet, but he's confident it'll turn out great. After getting the design, Grunberg heads out, and Hans tells William he totally trusts Grunberg. William agrees, calling him a genuinely trustworthy guy. William brings up one more thing he's mentioned before the drought, noting it's only rained once this year. Thanks to Hans's foresight, they built a big reservoir and have been managing the water with it. But William worries that if the rainy season passes without rain, everything will dry up, and that's got everyone on edge. Hans tells William that while they can't control the weather, he's set up enough safeguards so nobody in Callista goes hungry. Hans assures William he can give the people that confidence so they have nothing to stress about. After the meeting, Hans reflects on everything again. He suspects the drought is just kicking off, since the grass outside is already brown and dry. Still, Hans isn't ready to mess things up because he knows what the future holds. He's super careful not to make decisions that could seal many fates, having learned that lesson the hard way. Hans decides he just needs to chill and think things through carefully. Later, Lakia checks out Grunberg's sword, gives it a compliment, but still brags that his own blade is better. Right then, Lakia turns to Asa and asks where his bodyguard has been lately. What they don't know is that Ryuji's been tailing Asa the whole time, staying super low-key. Hans also jumps in, asking Asa about Ryuji. Asa replies that catfolk tend to wander, but assures them Ryuji will show up again even if he vanishes. Lakia asks Hans if he has any big plans coming up, and Hans says no. Basically, he's stuck managing the bank and the restaurant branches. Hans feels relieved that nothing major happened in his past life at this point, so he can focus on work. Meanwhile, the emperor and Regina meet at their usual local spot. They both make sure to wear commoner clothes so they don't raise any suspicion. The two are happy to see each other and exchange warm greetings. The emperor tells Regina he's fine, thanks to Ivan making it easy for him to meet up with her now and then. But Regina notices the emperor acting weird and asks if something's wrong. The emperor says he got another marriage proposal from McCarthy, and his mother's been urging him to meet them, since it wouldn't be nice to keep turning everyone down. Regina finally realizes she's been dating the emperor, and there's no guarantee they'll stay the way they are. Then the emperor asks Regina if she's okay with their current kind of relationship, and she looks confused as he clarifies whether she's fine with them hiding their statuses by wearing commoner clothes. He asks Regina if she's okay with keeping their relationship hidden, as if it were a crime. Regina nervously replies she doesn't mind, believing the emperor is being considerate to keep House Callista out of power struggles. Regina tells the emperor she's thought a lot about it and would be fine as long as they stay friends after he gets married. Just then, the emperor cuts in, saying he isn't satisfied with that. Regina is shocked and watches as the emperor stands up from his seat. He reveals his plan to announce an estate marriage at the next Imperial Grand Council. Before Regina can react, the emperor drops to one knee and asks her to marry him. Regina is so shocked she turns red like a tomato, covering her mouth in disbelief. Later, Allman hands the banking reports, and Hans is impressed, telling Allman he's better suited for business management than butler duties. Allman humbly says it's all thanks to Hans's knack for organizing personnel. Allman asks if Hans's successor William is doing well, and Hans assures him that William is doing great, even knowing more about Callista's internal affairs than Hans does. Hans then asks Allman about drought conditions elsewhere, since Callista seems to be the only region handling it well. Allman confirms that the reports aren't looking good. Claude, stationed in Benzie, says most farmers are stockpiling food without eating it. In fact, some have completely given up on this year's crops, already expecting a major famine. Allman asks Hans if a famine would cause problems, making it hard for commoners to repay their loans. Hans tells Allman not to review the bank policy yet and to keep the current one in place. He lets Allman know he'll tell him when it's time to take extra measures. After the meeting, Enable rushes into the office to tell Hans they should go to the ball hosted by House Viscount Rox next week. Hans doesn't take the invitation seriously, and Enable can read that on his face. Hans tells Enable he doesn't want to go to any parties. Enable says this is way different from the usual gatherings. Turns out she found out that Lady Swergen will be there. Hans is stunned when he hears that, because he knows exactly who Enable means. Basically, Rebecca von Swergen is the top socialite, always front-page material when the Empire lists its biggest celebrities. Even though she lives mostly outside the Empire, she's still on track to become the most famous woman here, thanks to having Duke Townsend as her grandfather on her mother's side. On top of that, she's incredibly beautiful, which earned her the nickname Goddess of Beauty. Enable reminds Hans how much Townsend adores his granddaughter, and warns that Hans might never see her again once she leaves the imperial capital. Enable urges Hans to take this chance and build a connection with Rebecca. Hans thinks it over for a moment and tells Enable he appreciates the idea, but he has to say no. Hans admits he knows Rebecca is an important figure, but she seems more focused on business than on socializing. Enable then points out that Hans is already of marriageable age, and his mother is already worried about it. Apparently Hans is already 20 years old, but he tells Enable he doesn't need to get married right now. That changes completely when Hans meets the Emperor later that day. The Emperor tells him he wants to marry Regina. The news hits Hans so hard he loses his footing, and the Emperor leans over to ask if he's okay. An hour earlier, Ivan suggested Hans come to the castle, and Hans thought it was about the research institute, not realizing it was something much more important. The emperor then suggests they go for a walk. He tells Hans he proposed to Regina that very day, and Hans asks what his sister's response was. Hans explains that Regina first said no because she felt she wasn't capable of handling the role of empress and would become a burden to the empire and the imperial family. But deep down, she wants to be by the emperor's side if she can. She admits she'll follow whatever Hans says because her brother always makes the right choices. Hans has always known about their relationship, and since he's the ruler of Calista, he's the one who has to decide. Regina's marriage is on the table. However, Hans feels that a proposal from the imperial family adds another heavy burden. He's pretty sure their marriage won't just become a high society scandal. And because Hans knows what happened to Laisha, he's scared the empire's nobles might side with his enemies. That makes him wonder if he even has the power to handle such a tough situation. Just then Hans notices they've arrived at the empress's courtyard, which is full of lilacs. The emperor says the courtyard is the most beautiful and peaceful spot in the imperial castle, and he often walks there when he needs a break from loneliness. Because the place is so beautiful, the emperor shares his plan to give the garden to Regina, since it's the most precious thing he owns. In fact, the emperor wants to give Regina every special thing he can to make her the happiest woman in the world. Hans recalls that after the dinner he and Regina had with the emperor at the palace 2 years ago, the emperor never invited the two of them back to the palace. With Calista Bank's growth at the time, all the nobles' attention would have been on them. Because of that, the emperor would have been forced to protect Calista from the interest and pressure of high-ranking nobles. Hans thinks the emperor and Regina met in secret to stay out of the nobles' sight. But the emperor suddenly decided to bring Hans into the empress's courtyard. With that, Hans thinks the emperor might finally be ready to confront the controlling nobles. Just then, Hans asks the emperor if he can pose a very bold and presumptuous question. The emperor tells Hans he's free to ask anything he wants. Then Hans asks what kind of world the emperor dreams of building. Basically, Hans wants to know which direction the empire should head. The emperor thinks about it for a minute, admitting it's a slightly different question than he expected. He then replies that it may sound like a fantasy, but he wishes for a world where everyone has a chance. He basically wants a world where people can live as they wish, without being limited by status, class, gender, or even origin. Then it hits Hans that he shouldn't be scared, because he's gained a bit of power in this life. Hans doesn't mind if his people spread beyond his own lands, even into the imperial palace, because he now has the power to protect what's his. With that in mind, Hans drops to his knees, shows his respect to the emperor, and urges him to look after Regina. Shortly after, they hold the Imperial Grand Council, and the emperor announces to everyone that he's decided to marry Regina. This shocks everyone, leaving them all frozen in their seats. One of them thinks the emperor isn't serious, because the Calista family is a remote house with no ties to central politics, let alone legitimacy. They also think the whole thing is too sudden, and the emperor reminds them that they were the ones pushing him to marry. Just then, Duke John Townsend tells the emperor he may have grown fond of Regina, but a state marriage is serious and can't be decided lightly. Duke Alan McCarthy also agrees, saying such matters could shake the empire's traditions if handled poorly. The emperor then reminds them that House Calista is also a distinguished noble family of the empire. The emperor demands to know what standard they're using to measure the dignity they speak of. Townsend replies that they've already given the emperor a list. On their list, they argue that a foreign princess would benefit the empire. Also, they wanted daughters from good families to match the royalty, so they picked ones who wouldn't hurt the empire's legitimacy. McCarthy sides with Townsend and tells the emperor he shouldn't set up a marriage based on his feelings, just like ordinary people. He also says they can't give their approval. Because the emperor took the throne when he was young, he's been silent like a puppet, but things are about to shift. Then the emperor asks them where exactly in the imperial rules they claim is written. He points out that his own mother didn't come from a powerful family, and asks if they think the current empress has tarnished the empire's legitimacy. Angrily, the emperor says it's wrong for them to crave imperial power while citing traditions that have no history. In a firm tone, the emperor declares he is the ruler of the empire and will personally choose the empress. He then adds a condition. He warns them that if they keep rejecting his choice, he will never take an empress for the rest of his life. That basically means the imperial line would end with him, and the throne would go to his paternal cousin, Duke McCarthy. Seeing the emperor's anger, the council members try to calm him, but he stands up and walks out. Later that day, Townsend talks with his son Glenite about what happened at the council meeting. Glenite is confused and thinks House McCarthy should be happy because the throne would go to them if the emperor has no heir. But House McCarthy doesn't welcome the idea either, leaving Glenite even more confused. Townsend scolds his son, saying he lacks foresight. He explains that the empire prides itself on its great history, and no matter how greedy House McCarthy is, they will never try to play a power game. He adds that if such a power game started, a war would break out and one side would be completely wiped out. Townsend notes that the emperor sounds completely different now, as if he's broken free, so they have to follow his will. He says he'll vote for the marriage just to see how far the emperor's new momentum goes. Townsend wonders whether Regina or Hans caused the emperor to change. Later, Hans and Regina tell their mother about the marriage plan. Their mother is surprised and scolds them for telling her so late. Hans apologizes, but she doesn't realize everything happened in just one day. She says she doesn't usually interfere in her children's marriages, but she tells Regina that becoming an empress isn't something she can just decide, even though she and the emperor like each other. Hans tells his mother he shares her concern, but assures her that Regina and the emperor are ready to face the future together. He also promises to do everything he can to protect the family. He urges his mother to trust him and Regina. She smiles and compliments him, saying he sounds like someone who's been around forever. Their mother tells Regina she has no reason to object because their happiness matters most. Regina thanks her for the support, and the mother admits she knew all along, having seen Regina sneak out in commoner clothes. She asks Regina to tell her how she met the emperor. Then Hans tells their mother that the emperor actually asked to see her. Soon after, the emperor meets Owen and her family on the upper floor of the Seabreeze restaurant. Their mother is surprised they're meeting in a restaurant, but the emperor assures her he requested the venue. Hans encourages everyone to eat, saying the dish was made with the finest ingredients. The whole meeting goes really well, and Hans is happy to see his mother feeling relieved. Ivan is also pleased, never having imagined a day when the emperor would marry someone he loves. Ivan tells Hans he's grateful because everything changed when they met him and his sister. Then Hans takes the chance to tell Ivan he has a tough favor to ask. Ivan is surprised to hear that Hans wants to hire his disciples as professors at his academy. It turns out the emperor also knows about the academy being built in Callista. Hans says magical education has declined, and to develop top mages, he believes experienced imperial mages are essential. He tells the emperor and Ivan that they need permission, because he plans to move the disciples from the capital. Meanwhile, Hans' mother doesn't like that her son is talking about work in that place. Regina tells her mother it's fine, because she's also interested in the academy's growth. Both the emperor and Ivan tell Hans they're willing to give a positive answer, but there's no guarantee the disciples will agree. Ivan reveals that the mages at the Imperial Research Institute refuse to work for nobles, even though they could become wealthy as noble servants. They chose to serve the emperor for honor and value. Ivan says asking those mages to become professors at a private academy might insult them. Hans assures Ivan he understands his concerns and says he'll personally teach the future academy professors since he's a sixth circle mage. The emperor is shocked. He also reveals his magical circle. Even Regina is stunned to learn her brother is a sixth circle mage, though secretly Hans is even higher. Ivan reacts dramatically, grabbing Hans' shirt and asking if he can apply to teach at the academy. Later, the Imperial Grand Council approves the state marriage between Regina and the emperor. Fortunately, Ivan's 3 disciples are also appointed as magic department professors. However, the trio isn't really happy with the appointments because they don't know about Hans yet. Ivan assures Hans they will come around once they learn about him, and they'll thank him for life. Meanwhile, Hans is nervous because everything's going too smoothly, and that scares him a little. Turns out his fear is about to hit him in the most brutal way. Later on, Hans, Asa and Lakia are strolling down the street when a wannabe pickpocket goes after Lakia, but they quickly knock him out. Asa is shocked that the fool would try to hit a guard knight right in front of everyone. While the guy is held back, he starts whining that the nobles are comfortable while the common folk are starving. Hans instantly tells Lakia to release the guy, which catches Lakia off guard. Lakia thinks Hans wants him to set the guy free, but Hans says don't beat him, hand him over to the officials instead. Hans knows things are going downhill because of the famine, since the farmers' yearly harvest is their whole livelihood. Just then they get home and see carriages parked in front of the house, which shocks Hans and makes him wonder why there are visitors. Alman rushes over and tells Hans that a crowd has arrived, asking to see Hans or Regina. Alman says these folks are high-ranking nobles, so he couldn't turn them away. Hans orders Alman to turn down all audience requests for now. Before, nobles who came to Hans needed emergency money or were in a financial crunch, but now that Regina has been announced as the future empress, people are looking to make connections for the future. Hans already expected the famine and the sudden interest from other nobles because Regina was named empress, but the mix of those things produced a result he never saw coming. Soon rumors spread that the famine is caused by the new empress. People begin saying that heaven is angry because the emperor chose an unsuitable bride. Hans walks into his sister's room and finds her crying while their mother tries to comfort her. Hans is stunned because Regina was supposed to go out that very day to check out the wedding reception dresses. Their mother then tells them that something embarrassing occurred. She explains that a stranger tried to hurl filth while shouting awful accusations, saying Regina was defiling the imperial family with dirty blood. Even though the guard knight managed to stop and arrest the attacker in time, it was a horrific scene. Hans feels dismayed hearing this, but Regina composes herself and tells Hans she's okay. She says she was just startled, but she'll get ready to handle anything like this from now on. Hans kneels before his sister, urging her not to let those words affect her because she did nothing wrong. Regina breaks down again, saying the people aren't wrong because the famine has truly hit the land. Regina thinks nothing can be done about it, but Hans tells her she's mistaken because he can fix the problem. Later, an announcement is broadcast for everyone to hear. The people learn that Regina has ordered relief grain to be given to all imperial citizens. The crowd is shocked to hear they'll receive free wheat. In the year 858, a terrible famine hit the land, and at the same time relief efforts under Regina's name started. When the lord overseeing the slums hears this, he gets angry that Regina is doing this without his permission. But his attendant tells him Regina is acting because she's the future empress, not as a count. Apparently, it's the lord's duty to look after their lands and citizens, yet they only give a tiny bit of help during a famine. They do it to prevent death and also to win the people's loyalty. Since Regina isn't following their usual method, the lord is angry. He thinks Regina is naive and that, because the famine is still early, the common folk won't value her effort. Then the attendant points out that the wheat relief program could make wheat prices drop sharply. The attendant says that morning, a bundle of wheat cost 8 copper coins. This shocks the Lord because the day before a bundle cost 60 copper coins. The attendant notes that House Callista is directly supplying wheat to merchants, with a contract that caps the price at 8 copper coins. The Lord nearly loses his temper when he hears this. He mentions he hasn't met Hans, yet he's already meddling in his territory. His attendant then says the relief program is being rolled out across all regions of the empire, not just their own area. When the Lord hears that, he wonders how House Callista can get such huge amounts of wheat. Thanks to House Callista's empire-wide wheat supply, they managed to stabilize the wheat price surge. It turns out this famine relief plan originated in a meeting 2 years ago when Durin von Chenovich went to the bank for a loan. That was when Durin learned the terms of the 7,000 gold loan he wanted. Basically, for 5 years, half of the wheat harvested in his lands will be exclusively supplied to Callista. He was also supposed to pay the loan interest in the same manner. Hans told him to review the contract and flag anything that seemed unfavorable. When Hans sees Durin dragging his feet, he asks if giving up half is too much. Durin shakes his head, saying no, and he's actually surprised the conditions turned out lighter than he thought. Because Hans was lending him 7,000 gold, he could have just asked for 100% monopoly rights. He asks Hans if he's planning to start a grain distribution business, since he knows Callista isn't having any food problems right now. Back in the old days, whenever a crisis hit the land, the rich got richer and the poor got poorer. In Hans's past life, countless people died because of the nobles' greed. Wheat that normally sold for 5 copper coins jumped up to 100 copper coins at one point. That forced even farmers to borrow money they could never hope to pay back in their lifetime. Knowing this, Hans sold just enough wheat from Chenois to avoid shaking the market, and he stored the rest. Because of that, Callista now has wheat reserves big enough to share with every citizen of the empire, with plenty left over. They quickly finished the relief effort in the capital, even as other regions kept sending requests. Before he knows it, Hans realizes he's gotten so busy he barely has any time for himself. Lakia sees how stressed Hans is and asks why he's handling distribution himself instead of selling wholesale to trading companies. Hans says major trading companies can't be trusted because if they buy large amounts from him and raise the price, it would be hard to keep things under control. Asura points out that Hans is doing things differently this time because the wheat is being distributed under Regina's name. Lakia and Hans are shocked to hear that from Asura, since he doesn't seem like the type to think that far ahead. Basically, Asura is right. Hans never planned to use the disaster for political gain, but he's always tried to avoid conflict with the nobles. He even stayed away from social events to avoid making friends or enemies, but now that Regina is the empress, he can't stay neutral any longer. It's obvious that House Callista is now the imperial family's in-laws. Hans tells his subordinate that House Callista can now hand its power to the emperor, and for the emperor's sake, he wants to take a stronger stance. Lakia smiles when he hears everything Hans just said. Hans then asks if Regina is okay, since he's put him in charge of looking after her for now. Lakia assures Hans there's been no problem so far. Hans apologizes for giving him such an important task, but Lakia says things have changed. Apparently, every time Regina goes into the city she gets gratitude and cheers, and Hans is happy to hear that because it shows the relief plan is working like a miracle. Just then, Almond tells Hans that the Joel Trading Company wants an audience. Hans is surprised because he's already turned down all audience requests, but when he learns Ivan is escorting them, he gets curious. Annabelle had warned Hans before that Joel had some ties to Ivan and might try to get close to him someday. Hans finally welcomes Ivan and Joel into his chambers and even apologizes for his unruly behavior. Even though Lakia is totally displeased, Hans tells him there's nothing to worry about. The guy finally introduces himself as Kirk Joel and apologizes for his rudeness. Joel tells Hans he came to get the distribution rights for the wheat Callista has. Hans asks Joel why he doesn't deal directly with merchants, and Joel confirms that reason. He mentions he also knows about Hans's belief in putting the public interest and the weak first. Joel assures Hans his company isn't after retail margins, but wants a nationwide distribution network using wheat supply. Because of that, his company is willing to trade at whatever price Hans sets, without adding any markup. Joel adds that Hans is probably wondering how he can trust him. Joel reveals that to build trust, his company will move its deposits to Callista Bank. That basically means Joel Trading Company would switch its main bank to Callista Bank. Even though Callista Bank grabbed the chance to get deposits and customers during the Sullivan Bank forgery incident, only 2 small-scale trading companies have started using Callista Bank as their main bank. Basically, bigger trading companies with longer histories prefer long-standing credit over short-term trends. Hans knows it would be hugely beneficial if Joel's company, one of the top 10 major firms, becomes Callista Bank's main customer. However, the big problem is that Joel's company's current main bank is Sullivan Bank. Trying to switch main banks as a deal condition could look to Sullivan like they're trying to steal their customers right in front of them. To make it worse, Sullivan Bank is backed by House McCarthy, leaving Hans to wonder what to do in this situation. He wonders if it's time to finally clash with House McCarthy, which is seen as the Empire's pillar. After thinking for a minute, Hans tells Joel he will accept the deal. Joel is glad to hear that and assures Hans it's an excellent choice. Without wasting time, they start drafting the contract, and Hans made the decision after realizing he had already offended a bunch of nobles with the relief policies. Also, it's likely that Sullivan Bank already has a grudge against Callista because they suffered huge losses from the Czech business. After drafting the contract, Joel is shocked to see Hans set the supply price more generously than expected, cutting the profit margin for House Callista. Hans mentions he knows trading companies usually chase profit, so it's fair to give Joel a share to keep relations smooth. Joel fully understands what Hans did, seeing it as a simple way to give and avoid betrayal. Joel is impressed by how perceptive Hans is, but he tells him there's nothing to worry about because he cares most about his reputation. Joel then reveals that this is why he secured a deal with the cat people. Hans finally realizes that's why everyone calls Joel the negotiation genius. He's actually the first and still the only person in the Empire to pull off a trade with the cat folk. Hans spots Joel staring at Asa as soon as he walks in, so he must have recognized who Asa really is. Hans is shocked Joel could spot Asa even in cat form, and he asks how he did it since Asa's magic wasn't showing any signs. Joel just says it was a simple trick. He points out that only cat folk have that gorgeous, luxurious fur. Ivan is blown away when he finally realizes that the cat he's always seen around is actually a cat person. Joel walks up to Asa, bows, and greets him, calling him the son of Shaha. Asa instantly shifts back to human form and asks Joel how he knows him. Joel tells Asa that even if he doesn't remember, he's the kind of guy who never forgets anyone he's met. But Asa doesn't like that at all and bolts out of the room. Later, Hans heads to the room where Asa's hiding and asks if he can come in. He's always suspected Asa comes from a high-ranking cat tribe, and the name Shaha that Joel dropped shows Asa is actually the king's son. Hans steps inside and sits next to Asa, trying to comfort him. Asa then admits that the guy who first wounded him, the one Hans saw, was actually his own brother. Turns out his brother tried to kill him, so he ran away. He's terrified they'll track him down if they find out where he is. Hans is surprised and asks if there's any succession rivalry with his brother, but Asa says no. Asa explains that the Shaha title only goes to the legit son, and since he's illegitimate, he never had any claim. That makes Hans wonder why his brother would want to kill him. Asa says he has no clue why his brother did it. From the way he talks, Hans can see he's seriously traumatized. Hans assures Asa that he's already told Joel to keep Asa's identity under wraps. He also told Ivan, and Ivan swore he wouldn't mention it anywhere. In fact, they both swore that even if the world fell apart, they'd never let the secret slip. Now that that's settled, Hans tells Asa he's safe with him. Basically, Hans now treats Asa like family and will protect him. Hans also reminds Asa that he can stay as long as he wants. On the morning of the imperial wedding, Hans is the first to pop into Regina's room to check on her. He asks how she's feeling, and she admits everything feels unreal. Regina says the whole thing has been exhausting, from planning to even picking out the jewelry. Hans gets that Regina's worn out, but he knows she's also excited about it. Hans asks Regina to give him her hand because he's got a wedding gift for her. Hans reaches up, takes off his necklace, and places it in Regina's hands, which totally shocks her. Hours later, Regina and the Emperor are united at the palace. State marriages used to be huge, but because of the ongoing famine, this one was kept simple inside the imperial palace. Deep down, they did it this way to keep public sentiment in mind. At the venue, Ivan set up defensive magic around the banquet hall. The weapon check at the entrance was thorough, so Hans thinks he can at least relax a little. But he was prepared, because the necklace he gave Regina is actually an artifact. That's why Regina was shocked when Hans handed it to her. Hans told her never to take it off, and to keep the necklaces affects a secret. Regina asks if the imperial palace is dangerous, and Hans confirms, saying she can't trust anyone inside. Now in the banquet hall, Hans hopes Regina never has to use the necklace. After the official ceremony, they head to the reception, which kicks off the real social warfare. It's basically a gathering to make connections with influential nobles, since he's the emperor's brother-in-law. Soon enough, Hans meets Duke Townsend and shows him respect. They shake hands, and by the time Townsend is done, Hans feels a huge pressure, way more than when he met Sullivan. From that, Hans can tell Townsend doesn't have good intentions. He wonders if Townsend's move was a silent warning or just intimidation. Just then, Hans learns that Prince Carlisle of Garcia wants to greet him. As usual, Hans walks over to greet the prince who traveled a long way. Carlisle is shocked when Hans greets him in his native tongue, and he asks if Hans also speaks Garcia. Hans then claims he learned the basics, even though it was actually thanks to the dragon's knowledge. Carlisle immediately grabs Hans' hands, praising him as the first person in the empire to speak so perfectly. Carlisle's pointing out that nobody in the room gets Garcia. His interpreter is basically useless, which leaves Carlisle totally frustrated. Word spreads fast that Hans can speak Garcia, so Carlisle can finally say what he wants. People start wondering if Hans is into trade, which explains why he knows Garcia. Just then Hans hears a sweet voice behind him, turns around, and sees an absolutely stunning lady. She praises Hans for being fluent in a foreign language. She asks if Hans travels much and what's the farthest place he's been. Hans says he's never left the empire and learned everything from books. Curious, Hans asks the lady what her name is. The lady apologizes for not introducing herself, saying she's just too excited. She finally introduces herself as Rebecca Swergen, and Hans realizes he's standing in front of the most famous woman in high society. Someone had wanted them to meet earlier. Soon, everyone notices Rebecca talking to Hans, and it's the first time anyone sees her speak to a man first. Rebecca sees there the center of attention, apologizes to Hans for making him uncomfortable, and suggests she leave. Hans assures her he's fine, so she doesn't need to worry. Hans reminds Rebecca the party's just getting started, but she insists on leaving. As she walks away, she tells Hans they'll meet again if fate allows. When some men see her leaving, they quickly offer to escort her, and Hans finally gets why she's so popular. Having greeted most of the key figures, Hans starts thinking about taking a break. Just then Claude appears behind Hans, and Hans asks if he's okay. Claude says yes, but it's actually not the real Claude. Turns out the masked person is Lakia, eager to attend the wedding, so Hans used illusion magic to make her look like Claude. Before the wedding, Hans asked Lakia if she'd be okay facing the high-ranking nobles who ruined his family. Lakia tells Hans it could be worrying, but missing the emperor's wedding would be a huge regret. Hans and Lakia stand together, peacefully watching Regina and the emperor hold hands, ushering in a new dawn. Later, Regina spends the whole morning talking with the emperor's mother, the dowager. The dowager says she's sorry she couldn't attend the wedding, and Regina reminds her that her recovery comes first. Regina shares that her mother was sick throughout her childhood, and she cared for her, so she understands how tough it is for a patient. Regina assures the dowager she'd love to be her companion. The dowager is very impressed by Regina's poise and says she doesn't deserve a great daughter-in-law like Regina. The dowager spots her son at the door and suggests Regina leave, since her husband is already waiting. But the emperor enters, telling them he's not here to rush them, just to make sure they're getting along. Still, the dowager insists Regina go meet her husband, and they both pay their respects before leaving. The dowager is happy to see her son finally smiling. Walking through the palace halls, the emperor thanks Regina for being kind to his mother, noting she's grown stronger since Regina arrived. Regina tells the emperor it's no big deal, because the dowager reminds her of her own mother. Just then an attendant mentions she received a letter from House Callista. Regina reads the letter and is shocked to learn her brother's academy is finished. When Hans toured the academy, he was blown away by its size, and Alman assures him it will become the continent's finest academy as planned. Asa, meanwhile, is already exhausted by the academy's size. He even forgot what he saw, so Hans offers to explain with a map. Hans points out the academy has 3 departments. They are administrative studies, night training, and magic studies. The main building at the academy's center is for all students, where they take the required general courses. Hans also mentions the dormitory and dining hall. Lakia jumps in, asking Hans if many would accept the dormitory idea. Hans gets that it's hard for Lakia to see nobles and commoners sharing the same dorms. In fact, nobles are already resisting, with most saying they can't send their kids to the school. But Hans already has a solution in mind. There are 2 admission criteria, a huge tuition fee and noble status, but Hans says the academy will still attract those who lack one of those. Hans plans to pick students on merit, since Lakia has seen commoners sometimes outshine nobles. Hans points to the magic department, noting there are 4 academies in the empire, but only 2 teach magic. Even those 2 academies only have magic faculty for show, lacking proper education. That's not how it works at Hans's academy, because the teachers are imperial mages and they study under Ivan. No matter how rich or poor you are, if you want to become a mage, you have to go to the academy. At the same time, Ivan's students are heading to the academy, but they're puzzled about why Ivan suddenly sent them to a place they don't know. One student thinks Ivan had no choice because House Callista is now the emperor's in-laws, but another says Ivan would never mix public and private business. When Townsend heard about Hans's academy, he began making a bunch of guesses. He thinks Hans had Regina charm the emperor so he could get close to him. He also believes Ivan is using his magic to keep the Seabreeze restaurant running, which suggests that Callista owns the place. Townsend then figures the same thing must have happened in the banking world. Townsend assumes Hans got Ivan's help to build a counterfeit checker, but his aide points out that the timelines don't line up. Annoyed, Townsend says his real worry is the way Hans operates. He's learned that Hans constantly tries to mix commoners and nobles in the same space. Townsend wonders if Hans wants to lower the nobles' status or has some other political agenda. Because he can't read Hans's mind, Townsend decides they have to get rid of Hans. His aide is shocked, telling Townsend the situation has become tougher than before. He adds that Hans has run a relief project and is also the emperor's brother-in-law. With all that, the aide thinks it will be hard to damage Hans's reputation. But Townsend gets serious, telling his aide that the removal he's talking about is far more extreme than anyone imagined. He then orders his aide to get something ready, though it's still a mystery, because it's time to finally send Hans away. Soon after, news about the new academy shook the capital and sparked rumors everywhere. Anyway, the morning of the entrance ceremony finally arrived. 2 students, Jane and Anthony, from the Magic Studies department are hanging out in the dining area. Turns out, meals are free in the main cafeteria, but students can also use the campus dining district on their own. The dining district sells snacks, desserts, and other special foods. In fact, all the food is subsidized to ease the students' load. Hans named the school Seyfried Academy, just like he promised. Anthony is thrilled that a commoner like him can become a student at the academy. Jane tells Anthony that the dorms are single rooms, so they get private space. Just then, a noble walks by and heckles them, calling them noisy commoners. Surprisingly, many nobles are at the academy because they want to learn from Ivan's students. In fact, some have left their own academies just to join the new one. Jane and Anthony get excited when they realize they earned admission on merit. Suddenly, Rebecca walks up to them and asks how they've found the academy so far. Anthony is shocked to see a noble talking to them. And not just any noble, but a beautiful one. Totally taken aback, Jane promises Rebecca she'll answer any question she has. But she tells Rebecca they're just freshmen, so they don't know much. Rebecca then asks what the name Seyfried means. She says that's because Hans always uses the Callista name in everything he does, so this is an exception. Jane replies she's never thought about where the academy's name comes from. Anthony adds that the entrance guidebook doesn't mention the origin either. Rebecca realizes even the students have no clue. Anyway, she thanks them for answering her questions. As she's about to leave, Anthony asks about her department, but she says she's just touring the academy. Anthony isn't totally surprised, since the academy is open to everyone on the first day. There's a reporter on the academy grounds. When he spots Rebecca, the wanderer, he lifts his camera to snap pictures of her. He already guessed she wouldn't miss an event like this because of her love of travel. Basically, Rebecca is hooked on exploring new places she knows nothing about. She sees that most nobles can't believe they have to share space with commoners, while the commoners are thrilled. This confirms her idea that Hans is a fascinating person. Suddenly, Rebecca spots a man far away and senses something off about him. She locks eyes with him, and his mismatched eye colors reveal he's Marquis Crosser. But Crosser turns and walks away. He realized who Rebecca is, and since she's Townsend's granddaughter, he decides to be cautious. Crosser soon passes another intriguing person, making him wonder what Hans has brought to the academy. Moments later, the students are called to the main hall. Some nobles can't believe they have to share the hall with commoners. Soon after, the academy's chairman Hans steps up to address everyone. He thanks them for coming from far away and opens the ceremony. In his speech, Hans tells the students and their parents that the academy's core principle is equality. He explains he wants to give everyone a chance to study and create a positive cycle where knowledge returns to society. The parents are amazed at how young Hans is. This makes them wonder how he knows so much about education. Some folks think Hans built the academy with cash he got from the bank. At the same time, Ivan's students hear the parents chatting and quickly realize the parents don't trust Hans. Tara, one of the ladies, says she doesn't really care about anything else because she's just following Ivan's orders. Tara thinks Hans is using the academy as a money-making scheme, but her coworker Byron disagrees. He says he already inspected the main building and everything was built with top-grade materials. Byron believes there is no way. Hans wouldn't have spent so much cash on everything if he didn't truly love magic. On the other hand, the third guy, Porto, isn't impressed because he thinks Hans is just using his money. Hans may have the cash to build the academy, but he doesn't know a thing about magic. While delivering his speech, Hans senses some strange mana in the air. Not sure if it's coming from Ivan's students, he decides to keep his focus on the entrance ceremony for now. Meanwhile, Lakia and Asa stand off in the distance, watching Hans give his speech. Asa comments on how smooth Hans is with his speech, like he's lived it twice. Lakia replies that Hans can do that because he took his time preparing the speech. Lakia teases Asa, noting that he hasn't wandered off, which is pretty unusual for him. Asa says today feels different from any other day, and he also senses that something's off. Suddenly, Asa's senses pick up something sinister, and he jumps up. Lakia grabs him to calm him down, but before they know it, the roof starts collapsing. Panic erupts in the hall as a noble blames the collapse on the poor quality material used. His wife yells at him, demanding he get their daughters to safety first. Things keep getting worse, and Lakia urges Hans to leave the building while they help evacuate everyone. Hans tells everyone to stay calm, and just as he's about to cast his magic, he feels something strange holding him back. He quickly realizes the same energy shaking the building is restricting him. He knows for sure he's under a hold spell, which means a mage is behind all this. Amid the chaos, Porto wants to use his magic, but Tara grabs him and suggests they get out of the building first. Hans nearly loses it when he realizes a mage inside the building is trying to kill everyone. Sure enough, the shady guy from earlier is behind it all. Just as he's about to celebrate, Hans shatters the hold spell and restrains him. The evil mage sees this and fear grips him, but it's too late because Hans is furious and his eyes have turned yellow. The scared mage loses his footing and crashes to the ground. At that moment, everyone still in the hall sees Hans floating in the air. Even Asa is shocked to see Hans reveal himself as a mage. But Hans knows he's in a delicate situation, way different from the flood. He knows he has to protect everyone from the debris, because if the building fully collapses, it will be a huge disaster. He realizes he needs a spell that's both overwhelmingly strong and delicate. Hans casts an 8-circle wide area spell called Sanctuary, sending out support circles to keep the building from falling apart. That's when Ivan's students and everyone in the hall finally realize they're witnessing real magic. Porto can't believe his eyes when he sees that Hans is actually a mage. Seeing the distraction, Lakia shouts at the top of his lungs, urging the mages to evacuate the people first. Just as people exit the building, Hans moves toward the scared evil mage to confront him. Outside, the rude noble declares he's leaving for his territory right away, but his daughter Isla refuses, telling her father she wants to stay at the academy to study. The noble argues with his daughter, saying the buildings were poorly built and the same thing could happen to other structures later. Isla disagrees, reminding her father that he just saw the magic being used. She tells her father that other academies are useless for teaching magic, and he knows it's true. Isla says Hans seems like an incredible mage. She also thinks the incident might have been caused by an attack. Her father asks what she means, and she reminds them that Hans was moving close to a strange man as they left the building. She thinks the man was guilty of something, which is why he couldn't move. Since it doesn't look like an accident, the noble decides to stay and wait for the investigation's outcome. Just then, a noble rushes over to grab Porto, demanding to know why he's not attending to her wounded son. Porto calms the woman, saying her son's injuries are minor and it's common sense to tend to critical injuries first. Her son agrees, telling his mother he's not badly hurt, so others should be helped first. Since healing magic is extremely hard to wield, Porto believes they should prioritize those who truly need care. Just then, Tara shows up and tells Porto that she and Byron have tended to all the minor injuries, but they've used up their mana. Porto replies that he'll finish up the rest. But a mother overhears the trio talking about their mana exhaustion and wonders what can be done since some kids are dying. Porto apologizes to the woman and says that mages aren't these all-powerful guys who can just fix serious injuries. Hans steps out on the right side and demands that they show him the kids who need help. While they lead Hans to the kids, Tara is shocked to see his eyes back to normal because she remembers they were yellow before. The butler then points out the two critical patients who are in severe condition and can't be treated with healing magic. It turns out they've already called for emergency carriages from the nearest clinic. Hans ignores what the guy is saying and kneels down close to the two, placing his hands on them. When Porto sees that, he thinks Hans is just messing around because magic isn't an all-powerful force that can instantly fix injuries. In fact, even third-level basic healing spells are risky, let alone trying to heal critical wounds. Surprisingly, Hans pours an enormous amount of mana into the two and heals them instantly. The witnesses are in total disbelief because Hans healed the two completely, leaving no scar on their bodies. That's when some realize that Hans might actually be on the same level as Ivan. But Porto isn't fooled. He can clearly see that Hans is far above a fifth circle mage. Hans manages to walk a few steps before he loses his footing from exhaustion. Luckily, Lakia catches him. Lakia asks if he's hurt, but Hans says he's fine, he just ran out of mana. Hans then asks Lakia if he managed to catch the evil mage, and Lakia says no. He reveals that Asa is watching over him, and notes that the evil mage didn't resist. Lakia urges Hans to leave the rest to them now that all the injured have been taken care of. Suddenly, Lakia feels that overwhelming presence again. He sees Crosser standing in front of him, but he has no idea who he really is. Even though Crosser shows no intent to kill, Lakia can clearly see that he's dangerous. Crosser stares at Hans and Lakia for a few seconds, then suddenly walks away, leaving Lakia totally confused. Hans notices Lakia's worry, but Lakia tells him not to stress because it's nothing serious. He then suggests they head back to the castle as fast as they can. Shortly after, Regina and her husband arrive at Callista Castle. Hans steps out to welcome them, and Regina rushes over to check on him. The Emperor expresses his surprise at the incident because he was originally worried about being late for the ceremony, not expecting something even more tragic to happen. He asks Hans if he's hurt, but Hans assures them he'll be fine, saying he only lost some strength from mana depletion and will recover after some rest. The Emperor then asks if it was an accident, but Hans tells them it's more serious than they think. He suggests they discuss the details in his reception room. As they leave, the Emperor tells the knights to make sure the castle is properly protected. Just as Ivan is about to follow them, his students grab him and drag him back. They look absolutely angry as they drag him away to a place where they can talk. They shout at him for not telling them that Hans is an archmage. Ivan then reveals that only he and the Emperor know. Ivan tells them that Hans was very careful about keeping his identity secret, and the Emperor was ready to help him with that. However, things are different now because everyone knows, and Ivan knows, that the two dukes are going to go crazy over it. The trio starts freaking out because they've been rude to Hans from the very beginning. Tara starts thinking about how she can recover her favorability rating. She even thinks about getting on her knees to beg Hans, but Porto tells her she's already taking it too far. Ivan then tells the trio that Hans promised to give them personal lessons later in exchange for becoming professors at the academy. That's when the trio finally loses it and starts saying crazy things like offering their bodies to Hands as test subjects. Ivan escalates the situation by revealing that he would have loved to learn from Hands, since Hands is a 6th circle archmage after all. Porto doesn't fully believe that Hands is a 6th circle mage, and Ivan urges them to recount what happened since they were there. Porto replies that the kind of magic Hands used is strange to them, because they didn't even hear him chant. Tara then says she was more impressed by the healing magic Hands used. Ivan is left in total disbelief when he hears that Hands actually used healing magic. Tara explains she's completely baffled by how Hands structured his mana to heal 2 critically injured people. Just then, Byron mentions something odd, the Academy's name. He says Seyfried is the name of a legendary gold dragon, and suddenly brings up the theory that Hands might be a dragon. However, Ivan dismisses that idea, telling Byron to stop reading fantasy novels. Porto agrees with Ivan, reminding Byron that dragons went extinct 100 years ago, so there's no way Hands is a dragon. Ivan then suggests that Hands might have named the academy after the dragon as a sign of respect, since all magic originated from dragons. Ivan urges his disciple to stop trying to investigate Hands because mages don't like others prying into their business. After the discussion, Ivan leaves his students to talk about Hands. The trio spends minutes talking about Hands and how he can revive the declining age of magic. Ivan soon joins Hands, the Emperor, and his wife in the reception hall. Hands is happy to see Ivan because he was just about to call him. Hands tells him he caught the culprit, and it turns out the guy is a mage. Ivan is shocked by the news because he can't believe anyone would commit terrorism using magic. Ivan worries the Imperial mages might be involved, but Hands shoots down that idea, saying he can see other people's magical wavelengths in mana circles. He then reveals the captured man is a 4th circle mage, and on top of that, a dark mage. Because there are no 4th circle mages in the Imperial ranks, Ivan doubts they had anything to do with it. The Emperor looks surprised and asks Hands if he's really sure the culprit is a dark mage. Hands confirms it, and as they keep arguing, Ivan jumps in and says the culprit is Kennen. The name sounds completely foreign to everyone, and Ivan's shaking only heightens their worry. Meanwhile, outside the castle, First Knight Commander Petros and the Imperial Knights Royal Guard Captain are both getting the knights ready. They're arranging the troops in the right order to keep the best defensive stance. Petros says he never imagined returning to the castle after the time his squad chased after Lachia. That was the same knight who disrespected Regina back then. But now he's serving the Empress. Crispin gets curious about the Lachia case and asks Petros if he personally confirmed Lachia's body. Petros says the body was already rotting, but Crispin wants to know if there's any proof it was Lachia. Petros wonders why Crispin cares about Lachia's case, and Crispin brushes him off, telling him to drop it. Unbeknownst to them, Lachia watches from his office window, and it seems he has some kind of link with Crispin. Back in the reception hall, Ivan tells the three that Kennen was his longtime best friend. Kennen was seen as a brilliant genius among the Imperial mages, and when he became the first of his generation to master 4th circle magic, the whole research institute buzzed with admiration. But some people weren't happy that a commoner like Kennen rose to such success. Soon after, 2 mages approached Kennen with a supposed 4th circle magic formula. They urged him to amplify the formula and show it off for them. When Kennen examined the formula, he sensed something was wrong, but the 2 kept egging him on. Desperate to win their favor, he saw it as a chance to get them on his side. Kennen activates the formula, which turns out to be dark magic that ultimately takes over him. Basically, dark magic differs from normal magic because it doesn't rely on the caster's own mana. With dark magic, you give a soul to demons, and in return you gain unlimited mana. Because of the evil deeds of dark magic users, the empire declared dark magic a crime equal to treason. The empire sealed it as a taboo for hundreds of years, so no one can tell just by looking at a formula whether it's dark magic. Kenan tries to tell the judges he was tricked, but they dismiss him, saying he already used dark magic and there's nothing they can do. The judge expelled him from the research institute and ordered his execution for using dark magic. Ivan says that was the last he heard of Kenan, and it happened over 10 years ago. Ivan assumed Kenan had been killed, but the rise of this new dark mage changes things. Ivan believes the new dark mage is none other than Kenan. Hans suggests Ivan meet Kenan in person to see if his hunch is right. Hans leads them down to the basement, and the Emperor is surprised to find no guards there. Hans tells the Emperor there's no need for guards, and the Emperor suddenly notices Ivan covering his face. He asks if something's wrong, and Hans remembers his mistake. He apologizes, saying he forgot to mention he'd already set up a barrier in the prison that only lets him use magic. Since Ivan's magic has faded, Hans says he'll gladly look away if Ivan isn't comfortable showing his true face. Deep down, Ivan wonders how powerful Hans is, since he can cast a mana blocking barrier that only lets certain people use magic. Ivan is blown away, having never heard of such magic, and realizes Hans is far ahead in magical skill. They reach the cell, and Kenan darts away from the door as soon as he sees Ivan. Ivan confirms Kenan's identity, telling Hans he's the one. Hans is surprised, but then tells Ivan there's a small problem. He says Kenan doesn't seem to be in the right state of mind, as he can't even hold a civil conversation. Ivan asks how Kenan ended up like this, and Hans replies he has no clue. Hans notes that ever since they arrested Kenan, he's been acting strange. Hans tells Ivan he can confirm Kenan used dark magic, but because he's in bad shape, they can't charge him yet. The Emperor suggests handing the investigation to the Imperial Palace to find out why a death row inmate showed up in Callista territory. Ivan, meanwhile, is still trying to make sense of it, since Kenan was someone who couldn't even hurt a fly. Suddenly, Kenan comes to his senses and recognizes Ivan standing behind the locked gate. So Lakia and Asa climbed up to the top of the tower, just to get a better view of the house. Lakia says they're doing this because of that shady guy he spotted at the academy. He adds that the guy is strong, but Lakia can't tell if his intentions are good or bad. Because Lakia's tired and the Emperor and his wife are at the castle, he thinks they need to stay on guard to prevent any big casualties. Asa is surprised Lakia asked him to join the watch, since he usually complains about being there. Lakia swallows his pride and admits he can't face Crosser alone after what he's seen. Asa is shocked by Lakia's words, but he reassures him that they have nothing to worry about because cat people are great at detecting things. While Asa keeps talking, he suddenly spots Crosser far away and points him out to Lakia. Lakia confirms it's the same guy he saw, and before they react, he disappears right in front of them. Seeing that, Asa has to admit Lakia was right about their ability to handle Crosser. Once their scouting is over, Asa and Lakia go to Hans's chamber to share what they saw. Lakia says he saw him at the academy earlier and also at the house, meaning Hans is the target. He reveals that he and Asa tried to deal with it, but they were no match for Crosser. Lakia then warns Hans to be really careful. Hans is surprised, since he set up light surveillance magic around the castle that should have spotted any outsiders. Because he couldn't sense the intruder, Hans realizes the person must be a mage. Meanwhile, Ivan, the Emperor and Regina had to stay back at the castle because of the whole situation. Ivan asked Hans if he could have a private talk with Kenan. Hans first refuses, saying Kenan did something terrible, but Ivan assures him he's not trying to cover for Kenan's mess. Also, the Emperor tells Hans he can trust Ivan, because Ivan doesn't mix personal matters with state affairs. Given everything, Hans assumes Crosser is teaming up with Kennen and might commit another crime soon. Hans then decides he needs to raise the castle's defense level to the highest. A few days later, Hans's mother rushed down from the capital after hearing the news. She says the whole empire is in an uproar, talking about a new archmage being born. Owen knows her son is a mage, but she's curious if he's different from the others. Seeing his family's curiosity, Hans decides to come clean and tells his mother and sister he's not an ordinary mage. He reveals he's a dragon's successor, leaving them both totally shocked. Owen asks how that's possible, since dragons have been extinct for ages. Hans explains everything, and Owen is surprised to learn there's a dragon lair in the Compton Mountains. Regina adds that she remembers Hans acting strangely around that time. Owen also gets why her son kept quiet, since the Compton Mountains border the Townsend and McCarthy territories. If they had found the lair, it would have sparked a war to try to secure it. But Hans's wisdom keeps them from slipping into war. Owen then asks Hans if the recent incident is linked to the dragon lair. Hans says he's not sure, but he believes someone tried to eliminate him by pretending to destroy the building. Owen asks Hans if he's scared, because no matter how strong he is, he's still her son. She urges him not to shoulder everything alone, reminding him he can share with the family whenever he feels overwhelmed. Regina backs her mother, reminding Hans that she's now an empress, which makes her pretty reliable. Owen realizes that and expresses relief that her kids are at the top of their game. Deep down, Hans isn't scared for his own life, but he fears his family could get hurt and he wouldn't be able to protect them. Later that night, Crosser returns to the castle and notices a strong barrier this time. But that's not enough, because he breaks through the barrier to get into the compound. Hans is in his room when he feels a subtle twist in the barrier's mana, but he's confused because the barrier shows no reaction. Before he knows it, Crosser slips into his room through the window. Fear grips Hans as he realizes his six-circle barrier magic was breached. Surprisingly, he doesn't sense the same energy as Kennen from the intruder. Just then, he gets a closer look, and when he sees the intruder's mismatched eye colors, he realizes it's Crosser. Hans says his name, and Crosser is surprised Hans knows him. Deep down, Hans has a lot of questions, trying to figure out if Crosser's been behind everything. Out of nowhere, Crosser throws a surprising question at Hans. He asks why dragon energy is oozing from his body, since he can see the body looks human, but the magic is that of a dragon. In a stern and dangerous tone, Crosser asks Hans what he is, and the question makes Hans wet his pants. Hans recalls what Lakia and Asa told him about Crosser, and putting it all together, he decides Crosser is extremely dangerous. Speaking with fear, Hans tells Crosser not to come any closer. Then Hans realizes his whole family is in the castle, so if he goes down, his family will be in danger. Desperate to protect his family, he casts an airburst spell, but to his surprise, Crosser stays still and doesn't try to dodge. Shockingly, the attack hits but is annihilated, posing no danger to Crosser. Sweat runs down Hans' face, because he thought he had reached the peak of magic where no one could beat him. But what just happened shows him he was wrong. Then Crosser shows his shock about what just happened. He comments on how Hans cast his magic without chanting. Curious, he urges Hans to explain what he is. Seeing Crosser's curiosity, Hans says it is dragon magic, just as he suspected. Hans says he is a human who inherited a dragon's power and can use dragon word magic. Crosser is curious, but Hans replies he doesn't really need to explain anything. Crosser then asks Hans if the one who passed down the power was the gold dragon Seyfried. Hans is shocked and asks Crosser if he can tell just by looking at him. He asks if Crosser is linked to Seyfried, but Crosser says no, explaining he only got the idea from the Academy's name. Crosser then reveals he was born after the dragons went extinct. Surprisingly, Crosser reveals he is a guardian. He says he is the guardian of the black dragon Lakentos. Hans is stunned because he didn't expect a human to be a guardian. Crosser formally introduces himself, saying his name is Chaivan Crosser. He says his grandfather was the first to inherit the dragon's mark, which eventually passed to him. Hans is shocked because dragons have been extinct for over 500 years. Crosser reveals that those who receive the mark enjoy extended lifespans. However, the dragon bloodline is diluting because his grandfather lived to 500 years, while his father only reached 400 years. His father wanted to live among humans and start a noble house, but he still failed to fit in. Hans then asks how Crosser's identity stayed hidden all this time, since they only changed masters once in 100 years. Hans wants to know if the imperial family and the two ducal houses have simply left him alone all this time. Crosser replies that the ducal houses must be somewhat aware, which is why they also hide his identity, because the power balance could shift if people know the power the mark holds. Hans finally gets that Crosser sought him out on purpose because he was lonely. They are still talking when Asura and Lakia burst into the room. They immediately jump between Hans and Crosser, thinking he is there to hurt them. Hans urges them to calm down because he doesn't think Crosser came to harm anyone. Lakia argues, saying he has been tracking Crosser for a while. Then Crosser calls Lakia by his real name, shocking everyone. They ask how he figured out Lakia's real identity. Crosser reveals that the eye the dragon gave him is the eye of truth. That means he can see through any falsehood, no matter how carefully hidden. Hans finally explains to Asura and Lakia who Crosser is, and Lakia realizes Crosser is the one Hans has been searching for. Hans suggests they address him formally, but Crosser refuses and tells them to call him by his name. Hans is shocked, and Crosser says he feels more comfortable if they address him plainly. Hans tries to remind him about hierarchy, but Crosser refuses. He tells Hans that titles are just a rule humans made. Since guardians serve dragons, Crosser declares he will serve Hans too. The room is shocked, but Hans immediately rejects the request.